Okay. Cool, not even sure if everything's working. Got that going there. We need background music moving. Let's see. Get that started. So let's take that down. Hell yeah. So we got that music there. We have that there. Okay. I need to make sure I'm watching so I can hear it. Make sure that's actually doing right. Desktop, don't need that. Video player, don't need that. Web, okay, cool. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. I'll wait for one person to hop in before we turn the cam on. Actually, well, let's see how the cam looks. I've yet to look at this on stream. So anybody that's catching this after the fact, welcome to the nightmare. We're gonna turn on go 3. I'm watching this here because I don't want to have an extra download for this. Cool. Also, it sounds like I have a bit of an echo. Let's see, properties. Make sure the webcam's not picking up. They sound better now. I think we were using the camera's microphone, so it sounded off. But let's see if this sounds better. Oh yeah, much better, yeah. So it was using the camera's audio. Okay, 3 people in here. Welcome to the stream. Today is nothing special. We're just flying today. Go figure. Figured it was worth it to come fly some. Haven't flown a bit. We did around the world the other day. Done some other things here and there, but in little big news, I'm now at 1,000 subscribers, so small milestone. And I figured it was worth doing a stream. Just flying, hanging out, having fun. And we have this sick new camera that I've had sitting around forever that I've just never set up. So, actually, I'll be right back. I want to go grab one thing. Okay, back to it. My nose was feeling stuffy, so I figured a little bit of Flonase was in order. And drink that 7 o'clock at night elixir. Get my sleeves a little bit tighter here. In my flight suit, now that I'm all official, you know, have to act the way. Okay, welcome to Peachtree to Cab. Is it international? Actually, I think Kennesaw is. I don't think Peachtree to Cab is. Let's see. So now you guys get to see everything that I do here. Let's see, fuel down. There. I wonder how goofy this looks on the camera. I could probably stand to make the screen a little bit bigger. Bless me. Sorry about that. Okay, fuel's on. Battery's on. Strobe is on. Key left, right. Annoying, so we're going to use our mouse on that. Going, alternators on. All the necessary equipment is currently spinning up. My flight suit's unzipped. How unprofessional. Current goal. Fly fast and low. So I'm not getting any screen clipping. I'm getting a little bit bottom left. So what I want to do, I want to pop into here. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. Pedals are good. We can see all that going on down here. It's a lot less movement than y'all anticipate. Also, usually, I fly without shoes on because the shoes are kind of rubbery and they stick to the softer aluminum here, which are the real thing. They're a bit more lenient. The real thing is painted aluminum, not the raw aluminum. The raw aluminum tends to catch the rubber or the foam with the shoes. Let's come over here to Helicopter World. Metro Aviation's over here in this far left hangar at the end. As you can tell, they have helipad type concrete on the ground here. So also in real life I'm holding on to it like this. But in the game, the biggest difference between the simulator compared to real life is just the weight of all of the controls. Everything in the real helicopter is much heavier. Pedals kind of feel the same, but collective throttle, of course, is way tighter. And of course the cyclic is going to be a bunch more shaky, and you have to be much more intentional with it. So we don't have a lot of weight in here right now, so we're just going to go straight for a max performance-y sort of takeoff. Except, I think it's fast and low. Also managing my rotor RPM there on that one. Which, weird fact here, why are the taxi instructions here? There's really a parking lot right here. So that's weird to see taxi instructions here. Street signs, if you will. Do these have mass? I don't think they have mass. Our eyes out, because when we get too fixated below us, especially this close to the ground, it's hard to be as smooth as we need to. Yep, no mass. Oh well. Gonna try some small little, not exactly pinnacle landings, because pinnacle's more of a getting a very specific spot when you are landing, as in an approach, not so much as a landing and balancing on something, as cool as that would be. And also, this is way earlier than my normal streams, so what I am going to do, I'm going to share this over in the Discords real quick. Have to do a little bit of self-marketing, you know. And back into it. Hello, third viewer. Welcome. If you notice, up here, I now have a live view for everybody. Yeah, 1,000 subscriber special. What are we going to do different? Couldn't tell you. Didn't really want to do an around the world thing. Kind of just wanted to have fun. And I know for sure, I don't even know what today's date is. Watch is a no date. Soon enough, day before Christmas, Christmas Eve, which is soon, we will be doing a Hunting Santa episode. So that's something to look forward to. That seemed to be a pretty good stream last year. We had a lot of fun. Very similar to today, except we were laser focused on trying to find Mr. Jolly himself. Trees definitely don't look as good here, do they? When you're up a little bit, they look pretty good, but they're a bit off here. Hop on to 85 south. Get ourselves a little commute into downtown Atlanta. Exotic nuts. This is a fun exit. I don't know about flying it, but it's fun in real life. And fun as in it's annoying, because you have to fight your way over to the right if you need to turn right. If this is a turbine engine, we'd be over torquing it, but this is a piston engine. So we're just pulling the appropriate rating out of it, really. Also, if you're in here and you haven't said hello, don't be shy. You've got some thumbs, you've got a phone, I assume, that you're watching this on or casting it with. So, you're more than capable of saying hi in the chat. And when you say hi, that means we have more to talk about. I'm also curious what this webcam, technically Insta360, what this webcam view is going to be like for you guys. If I need to make the screen bigger, smaller, I'm looking at it on the half size of my phone here with very little upper left-hand corner, so I don't know how well it looks. You guys will have to let me know. Dude, this is the commute. That would be so sick. Just blasting by the traffic like this. I could only be so lucky given the opportunity. Okay, settle in, here we go. Let's see, Colony Square. I don't think Colony Square is actually a marked helipad in the game, sadly. I think Grady is. Did we get the upgraded Atlanta pack? I think we have the upgraded Atlanta pack. So that probably gives us Grady, I would assume. Now, Colony Square is a mall and apartments, I believe. And, if I'm not mistaken, it's this building here on the right. Oh! They do have a helipad here now. Of course, it's not in a hole like this in real life. Managing our descent, keeping it to slower than 300 feet per minute down, so we can ease ourselves down. The goal, as you can see at the top of the screen, is low and fast, but we're kind of high right now, so I can go a little bit slower. hull. We're managing the front of our rotor. Pad should be plenty big enough. All the way down. Let's see what we look like. Not that big of a pad. Let's see. Drink some elixir real quick. Let's see what's going on. Screen. Okay, back to it. Back in here. Okay, let's go find another helipad. I don't think there's towers that big in Atlanta. What do I know? So we want to cross 75 over here. Next pad I'm looking for is at, I believe it's a news place. I believe. But if that's the case, there's another one on the other side too. A little asterisk next to it, talking about nicer. There is a helipad somewhere. And that is it right there. And I think a girl that I know lives in these apartments right here underneath of us. I believe. And before I kill our forward speed, we're going to kill our descent. Do not want to get into vortex ring state. And at this altitude, if we were to get out of it, it would be power pedal, which would be the left, and moving right cyclic. And that would use the sideward thrusting. That's a real term, I promise. We would use the sideways thrust of the tail rotor and the translational movement of the cyclic to scoot us to the right and out of the hole that we're in, the vortex hole. Shouldn't leave the collective up like that, but here we go. There I go again, itchy nose. But we weren't off the ground yet, like we are now. Pick up my lady here. Yes, I'm pretty sure she's there. She's somewhere around here. It's somewhere right around the IKEA area, which, you can't tell, there's IKEA. A couple of guys that I know have landed a helicopter over in this field before while we were filming Bad Boys 3. If you've seen the movie, you've seen the helicopter stuff. We landed in this field, and that's the bridge that we filmed on with the truck exploding and jumping up onto the ladder and everything. That was all right there. Let's head back in. We will go to the Hilton Garden and over the water treatment plants there. Power lines, not modeled, but we'll respect it. We'll respect them. up near the speeds now. 95 knots. The low pole. I don't think those poles exist in real life. Okay, we're actually right here at the Hilton Garden now. I'm pretty sure I'm playing in full custom weather, so it's clear skies, winds, calm, everything, so I'm not really having to deal with tailwinds much during any sort of landing. If I wasn't playing in this sort of game mode, we would definitely have to be paying attention to winds, especially coming on a weird pinnacle like that. Okay, what's next? Let's go across the interstate over to, I forget what hospital it is. It's not Grady. Grady's on this side. I'm gonna hit that next. But there's a hospital on the other side of the interstate over here, which we will be visiting. Not gonna be that rude. There's the highway. Grady's over to the right on the other side of those buildings. There's Freedom Parkway. There's the hospital right up here. Not the tall building, that's an apartment building. Hospital's this one next. Just past it. I believe their helipad's kind of in front of it. Yeah. Down there on the ground. I'm sure their approach path has to come from over here, because going over the street's kind of an iffy scenario. Power lines, trucks, cars, people, stuff like that, it's already sketchy enough coming down into a hole next to buildings to land. But I can only imagine that a published approach into this pad would require coming either from the south or from the north over the buildings versus over the road. On the ground, okay. Next up, Grady. You can almost see it from here. Actually, I think that's it there. Which of that is what I'm imagining. We're going to keep a straight beeline to it. Keeping her low. Actually trying not to pull too much power, believe it or not. And what I can do, I'm going to lean into it a little bit here. Pull too much power, obviously. I'm going to pop up to the pad. Lower the collective there. Almost put myself in a bad, I mean I was in a bad situation there. Almost put us in a worse situation. But thankfully I have some reservation about dying, even if it is on stream. Which I remember this one we actually sink down through the roof there. As you can tell. See? A bit off. And right over here on the other side of Grady, fun fact. I want to say they built a second helipad here. I want to say that they did here recently. I can't be sure though. But the Georgia State Capitol's right over that dome with a point on it. Much better looking in real life. But they have a couple of helipads on this Georgia State building, which is how they'll take the governor in and out of places if he needs to go somewhere. Georgia State Patrol will land here. DNR, Forestry Commission, places like that, they'll land here. Because their offices, I believe, are inside. So they need to get in or get out. When they're traveling from abroad, this is how. Never seen anybody land up here, though. I've talked to some people, they've seen it, but anytime I'm coming through Atlanta, I've never seen anybody actually land up here. It's always over at Grady. I'll pop over here. I'll hit both of them, you know, since we're here. Okay, what else is there? There's another TV station north of Colony Square. Just north of Colony Square. I think we're going to hit that. I'll try to hit all the inside the perimeter places, you know? If you know anything about flying, you know I just did a big no-no there. Or at least if you know anything about Robinsons and SFAR-73, you know I just did a big no-no there. Pushing over is not a happy thing to do with this particular rotor system. Got people driving on the wrong side of the road here. That's cool. Little skid tap. I feel like Georgia Power would have a helipad. They have a nice helicopter. They have a 145C3. So they have a $8 million VIP helicopter. So I would assume they would have a helipad up here, but I guess not. Maybe they've got something marked off in one of their parking garages around there. You would assume. You would assume. Let's see. Sorry, Brandy, I didn't watch that. I just sent a reaction, but that's all part of it sometimes. Sorry. Kind of flying. So, need to watch that a bit. Looks like I should be watching where I'm going, as there is a building right there, but we do have enough time to get around. Okay, let's see if I can find this other place. This Colony Square is right there below us there. That was the first pad that we landed on here. There's another place. I want to say it's by this tower up here. That makes sense to me, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Back on the collective. Down the collective, back on the cycle. Yeah, that little square thing in the corner of the parking lot is a pad. We'll do a tree approach. Ooh, there goes some frame rate. I wonder if it has anything to do with running the webcam. Got enough computer for it. I don't think it'd be that big of an issue. So I think this is for a news company as well. Which is weird that they have the helipad here. Maybe it's just a formality, like since you have a helicopter, you might as well have a pad for it to land at. Maybe. But most of them do run out of where we took off from up there near Metro Aviation. Which they may even be managed by Metro, who knows. Or Metro and HeliNet may be in the same hangar or series of hangars there at PDK. Okay, where else we got? We're good on fuel, good on everything. That wasn't as much of a road as I was expecting it to be. Also surprisingly low viewership tonight. But that's all part of it. The Stranger Things was a very big stream for me. I think that was the last live stream that I did. Which, it's very understandable, that was the hot thing when it came out. There is a hospital right over here. Let's check it out. Let's see, where are we? It's a 400 split. Definitely further away than I want to be from this pad. We could have caught this one when we were much closer. Make sure volume's still good and everything, because I have to tweak some settings. Yep, you can still hear me. Sick. Worked a handful of times on this little industrial park. This larger building down here on the left. We use it as a soundstage for True Lies, the TV show, not the movie. Based on the movie, but we did it as the TV show. This hospital's one of these buildings up here. There's the pad right there on the roof. Oh, Heather overspeed. That wasn't overspeed. I've also noticed a weird thing. This particular R22 model from Cowan Sim, it has a lot of rotary inertia as compared to the real life R22. And back up. Let's go to an auto over at PDK. Next on the list of things to do. I mentioned the rotary inertia. We need to experience the rotary inertia. So we're going to the Men's War, it looks like. TBM 930. Nice airplane. I'm personally a PC-12 enthusiast, but what can you do? A lot of power there. Doesn't concern me. This is a rental. I don't have to pay for the bill. B&E there, so we need to slow it down a wee bit. Although the speed is nice. While we're doing our practice autos, our entrance speed to the maneuver is 75 knots. So, bring you down a wee bit. For those of you wondering where I'm looking at the airspeed, it's this gauge right here. So right now we're doing 85 knots, so we'll be looking for 75 there. We'll maintain an auto around 65 flare when we get to the ground. And this will not be a power recovery, we will be taking it full down. So we're just going to hear them yapping the entire time. I was going to check the weather. What we'll do when we're doing the auto, the move will be down on the collective, right pedal a little bit to correct for the change in torque, aft on the cyclic to give ourselves the correct pitch for 65 knots. When the collective hits the bottom, we will roll the throttle off, and I'm going to flick the governor too. In the real helicopter, that doesn't matter. In the sim, it does. And I'll give a little bit of a bump on the collective, because full down on the collective is not what we need. We need a little bit of an up on it to put some pitch in there. And we'll float our way down. Down right at the bottom, closed bump. Okay, slowing ourselves down. We're at 95 knots, way more than we need. Should be aiming for 75 about there. Okay, enter an auto in 3, 2, 1, down right, aft, bottom, close, bump. There we go, you see our top right gauge, the gauges are splitting. That's good. Try to keep the 65 knots. Go down on my collective a little bit. Checks are looking good. Little baby flare. Bigger flare. And on the ground. So we're going to roll back up. Got my governor back on. We'll say switch here on the end of the cyclic, and up we go. Come say hi to the Class Delta controllers, or what up? And Delta as in Class D airspace, not as in Delta, the airlines, even though we are in Atlanta, which is home of Delta. Does anybody else have a weird sense of pride about their airport? Their home airline? Like if I lived in Phoenix, I'd be like, yeah dude, Southwest is the shit. Right now I think Delta's pretty much the tits, but little auto on purpose there. Damn slow night, that is for sure. No, like, I understand. Monday night. Yeah, not going to be a lot of people here. But it's Monday, December the 22nd. 3 days until Christmas. Which, by the way, Merry Christmas, Christ is King. down. Fall down, the governor's off. Cool. Not to worry about cooldown procedures. Like I said, this is not mine. Three likes, which is weird though, for nobody being in here. End flight. Why would I not float? We've done Hawaii plenty of times. Haven't done the Andes yet, have I? The Patagonia. There's all the mountains here. That'd be something cool to do. I know when we do the Around the World series, we're going to be bumping around. So, like, we're going to come over here. I could just go and end the series. But we're going to come down here, swing through Florida, say hey to Cletus. Come down through the island chain. And now I could island hop. That'd be a full day doing that. Or, no, because I want to touch South America. I was about to say I could jump here to Mexico. But regardless, I'm going to want to hit over here. Oh, there's somebody flying over right here. Where are you going, Mr. Koja? 777. Ooh. Big plane. Let's see. Oil rigs. Let's do some career mode stuff. Oh, cool, thank you. Pop that down. Specialization, what did I unlock? Don't want to touch advertising. Rotocraft. Passenger transport, the 135. Okay. Have they added those ratings yet? Nope. Future update. So I'm fully rated. It's cool they've got more things added. We only gave the 135 a little try though, didn't we? I kind of want to do the 500C. I know you can turn on a Bambi bucket for it. Where's somewhere that's always on fire? California. Take off from Whiteman. Says departure Hughes. Configure. Livery. Sure, whatever. Manage mass. Let's see what it'll let us do it. Okay, let's see. Hello, other viewer. Welcome into the world's slowest 1,000 sub stream. Get rid of that there. Okay, cool. Shift C. Weird that I'm in the right seat. We're going to move to the left seat. Of course, that's going to be over here. Front left door, want that off. Actually, I don't want any doors on. Wire cutters, get out of here. Minigun, sounds cool. Let's go over here for now. See, this makes it where clickable. Yeah, whatever. Okay, throttle down. Governor off. No switches or anything up here that I need to worry about. Hello. That's cool. Rotor brake. All that looks good. So battery, want to move that on. Generator off. Don't need to worry about that right now. Gun not cleared. Wow, see if I care. And fuel pump. Good start. If it wasn't, it didn't hold it. And that was a hot start. Yep. What we're going to do, we're going to restart this. glad so many people were here to see that. I'm going to give myself the excuse of I have a start button mapped to my cyclic, which you might have noticed, but there's a thing that happens where sometimes the start button doesn't function the same as a start button actually in the cab of the airplane, the cabin. Okay, let's see. Battery on, throttles down, fuel pumps on, anti-collision on, generator cool, don't care. A little bit of throttle being held in. I'll wait till we're in the green with the throttle. Or with our N1 percentage. There we go, now it held. That's what it was. Way to take yourself up there to a million RPM. Okay, cool. Let's see what we got on. Let's see. Any sort of issues with our annunciator panel. My TV isn't quite on for me. Turn that down for you guys. I need the mixer. Okay, let's pick up the left pedal. Actually, I'm not sitting quite straight. Pedal. Off the ground, drifting a little around, that's okay. We're going to climb right up because I want to get this bad boy out. Maybe lucky not working? That's dumb. What that has anything to do? Nope. Love that. This isn't Tile Ranger, is it? I think it is. Tiles, I know y'all are working on it. Please give me the ability to just put the long one under here and add whatever amount of weight to it I want to. Please. It would be such a cool addition because doing the external load operations with the career mode, helicopter, although cool, it gives you one opportunity to do it once and you get to pick up one thing every 10 minutes. And while that's nice, I would love the ability to just do like one after another, after another, after another, after another, to really get good at it, you know? I feel like that's not a lot to ask for. I don't know. Maybe it is. a C model. I know the E model is a bit more pointy, I think a bit more power. Either way, these helicopters are fun. They're nimble. I can throw it around a bit more here. A bit more aggressive flying. Give you guys a bit more to look at in the webcam. I'll tell you what, if I was learning helicopter here, this would be like the place to land. It's really kind of slow landing here. I wonder if I can pick up. Throw it around here, we can slope it. Tilted back a little bit, but Whitman, not bad. Whiteman. I think Whitman's the Air Force base. Maybe that stuff on it. As they call it here. 3 people in here, welcome. Very slow start to the stream tonight. Try to start early to make it available for people, but people don't show up until the time that I used to stream when I stream really consistently. So, oh well, I'll point it out. Hope you're doing okay either way. Since we're here, kind of, Whoever's up here has a nice little view. Also, I'll look and see. I found it before. going. Somebody that I might be involved with as a career. If you have ever seen the not hit television series Hollywood Weapons, he visits Terry and he visits a place called Hollywood Weapons, and they get their weapons from a place called Independent Studio Services, which is a prop house, and this is Independent Studio Services. I am technically employed by this location and their Georgia location where I live, because I'm an armorer that is on their license. So machine guns or whatever that you need out of there for the movies that you're making, I'm able to pick them up and rent them and control them and run them and do whatever you do with them. So, fun fact. They're all tooling in here. Oh, there's another place I want to see. Part of me thinks it was another part of me thinks it was further over. It's near the Reagan. The Reagan Library. That's, oh, it's still here. Okay, so it's here, but it's not like, I don't know. Okay, I'm thinking out different places. Maybe on Simi Valley, there's some in Simi Valley's more. Now some Oaks area. Okay, that's where we're going. That's where we're going. Okay. We're getting figured out. So, what I need to do is California, here's Los Angeles, here's Thousand Oaks-ish. I lost where I'm going. Point straight up. There's the library. Basically, they're straight towards sick. Also, do you want people in who aren't saying something? I don't mind flying alone. Don't get me wrong. I put up this cool camera here for you guys. Like, it's a good camera. Look up here in this direction over here. Like, I do a lot of effort to set that up so you can watch me wiggle some sticks live on the internet for strangers for nobody. And coming up. Off due west. There's not moving. But either way, I hope everybody lives in here watching this silent conference for this. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you had a good day. It's kind of beginning of the day for me. And also, if you are watching, I am looking for feedback too. Today is my first day doing camera, so if it's too little or too big in frame, let me know what you think. I'm kind of doing it as a video for you guys to see the inputs. To move this thing where I want it to be, as it is real helicopter style controls. These are modeled after the Robinson R44 helicopter, which funny enough we don't have that in the game. But everything works the same as far as barrel, forward, left, right, low, the raise, pedal, it all does the same thing. Let's get into it. Good heading here. Place the map I'm heading for. Place in the horizon I'm picking as a place in the map, and we're going to make our way to it. My controller's been disconnected. I'm aware I'm not using the controller. Also, the absolute size of Los Angeles baffles me. Also, I turned on the things here because I want to see different helipads. I want to land in some places along the way. I think that'd be fun. There's one right over here. Don't know what it is. What? It didn't hit anything. Crash my ass. Holy cross my. There's our first pterodactyl today. If you're a normal viewer of the Around the World series, you will know that a pterodactyl is an invisible thing that happens in this game that will be something that takes your helicopter down. Some sort of low altitude obstruction that is either extremely small or an artifact of some sort. Under the power lines here. You see this track and field is probably a bad place for the artifacts because sometimes the LiDAR sensors will put columns, something in place with the stadium lines, which will turn into a pterodactyl that will get us. November 5152. more people. Hello, people. Welcome. Hope your ride's over the day. Where are we at on the journey? Well, today we are not on the journey. Today we're just hanging out. But as far as today's journey, we're in California, northern Los Angeles at the moment. As far as the Around the World journey, as another series, we are, our next stop will put us at the base of Mount Everest. Haven't done anything since then. Kill it. I know you. $5, no shit, thank you. Never necessary, but much appreciated. I feel like that's Tristan. I feel like I remember that name, maybe? I don't know. I feel like I remember your username from somewhere. But yeah, today we're just chilling. I put this new camera up here. I'll just use my hand. New camera up here. So yeah, if you have any suggestions as far as making the live view webcam bigger or smaller or whatever, please let me know. I'll change it up as necessary. But I wanted to be something where people could watch the manipulation of the controls as you're flying. I think it's kind of understated for a lot of people who've heard that before. Cameron, that's it. Oh, you got Cameron, that's for you. Yep, fuck yeah. I knew it was you. But right now, other than just kind of like popping, oops, yep, there's a pterodactyl there. Not gonna let us land. Other than like hitting these little pads as we go along the way, I'm heading over to Simi Valley, California, which will put us where Terran Tactical's range is. I figured that'd be kind of cool to stop at, you know. This is how we go down Sunshine Boulevard, or something, I don't know. It'll probably kill us with like some street light or something like that, that just shows up out of nowhere. Hopefully we're good enough to avoid it if we see it ahead of time. But dude, how's your break? What's going on? What you been busy doing? Because obviously, I don't think that you went to Puerto Rico with the rest of the crew. I don't think that was something that they wanted any of us doing. Boeing to Santa Susan. How many people are this? 4 miles, 6 miles. Yeah, did we had our last day there, kind of in the cold, whatever? Down in that cold, you know, Peachtree Corners. Everybody said goodbye. People were like, dude, let's do something over the break. But then everybody just disappeared. But hey, that's part of it, people. People have lives. I'm not here to judge. Besides, I was like, well, was I going to go hang out with the groups doing something anyways? No. Like, I know a bird wanted to go shooting. I'm sure at least 1 or 2 people would want to go for a helicopter ride, but I mean, they were barely working me so far this season, so. 3 weeks off, they are taking full advantage of my food. Yeah, damn right. I know I got this 1,000 here just after we finished wrapping, so I'm making like 75 cents a day right now, pulling views from my the garage shop videos. So I expect a full royal welcome when I get back to set from the 75 cents a day. But yeah, really, I'm just trying to figure out a whole bunch of shit for myself. That I'm concepting videos. I've got ideas of different things I want to do, or different types of things I want to see. When I say things I want to see, videos I want to make. Also, aren't you living down in the area now? Pretty sure you finished the move, so you're close. Let's hang out. But yeah, I've got a handful of video ideas of stuff I want to make and produce. And for anybody watching, like, you've figured out that I work in the film industry, but I'm not trying to make short films. That's not really my thing. The little bit of YouTube that I do, it's me just being myself, you know. When I want to do a serious video, I do a serious video. If I want to do a funny video, I do it what makes it funny for me. You know, I'm making the videos for myself, which is a way to avoid burnout as far as I know. Okay, this right here is going to put us in a hell of a scenario that we're going for. Down on the collective here. Going to hit hard on that, pedal back up on the collective. Keep forward airspeed. We're going to rest any descent rate before we start getting too low there. That would put us into vortex ring state. And I don't know if y'all saw. Oh, there's another pterodactyl there keeping us from going down. I don't know if you saw, but the helicopter kind of bumped. So there's some sort of ground artifact that's moving us around. Just watched the garage video over and over again. Dude, it does pretty good. Like, posted it a year ago and it's got 150,000 views, which at the current CPM that it's doing, if it had been making money since it posted, it would have made me $450, which isn't bad, you know, for a dude who's doing nothing, like very low effort on that. It's not a bad bit of money for just posting a video on that, you know. If you have more focused videos on topics with more available products to sell, you know, the CPM is looking where you make more money per view. But for me, for what it is, it's not that bad. Okay, anyways, what I was just doing here, which I'm moving my hands because y'all actually can see me now. That's a thing. If you descend at too fast of a speed, you get locked into what's called vortex ring state, which is when you're kind of descending into your own downwash. So when I was coming into here, I wanted to keep my forward air movement or my forward air speed because it would keep me out of vortex ring state. Then when I wanted to do the sharp turn, our rotor moves counterclockwise. So if I want to turn clockwise, I can apply torque by pulling up on my collective here, which will make the whole body of the helicopter move another way. So I'll do this, apply torque, a little bit of pedal to help it out, and then I'll flip us around. I'm trying to keep any bit of forward air movement that I can. Just moving until I'm at a stable descent, which I'll even see if I can descend quicker than normal right now, so I can show you what vortex ring state looks like. Let's pick a flat spot. We'll do it down here. So this is also called settling with power. So what you'll see is I'll take my left hand here and I'll be lowering it to come down in, but my speed coming to the ground will be quick. So I'm going to keep the descent rate like this, but I'm going to stop the movement going forward, so I'm going to lose forward airspeed. And now when I try to stop it, oh nope, we still had some there. I wasn't in it quite yet. It's a fine balancing act between where it engages and where it doesn't. Basically, if you're moving slower than 20-ish knots or so, and you're descending faster than 300 feet per minute, and you have a little bit of power applied, you can put yourself in vortex ring state. So we can help us outside. So I'm going to put a tab here. Oh shit. Tab is already open. So we have orbit, seats, quick fill, moving aircraft, cargo. Feels like we're pretty heavy. That's way heavy right there. Now it shows me. It's showing me with the seats. So we're way heavy right now, so this is going to work out good. Okay. about 150 pounds overweight right now. Let me get back up to a flat area and show you. Yeah, watching the garage video over and over again, that's a solution. But I think they do look at that. Which, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a whole bunch of money, you know. An extra 100 unit a day is worth a few pennies. It's the same place every so I'll have to put in more pitch to slow us down. When I say pitch, I pull up on this lever right here, that gives me more pitch, lower it down, less pitch. So in my descent right here, I'm going to try to kill forward airspeed, which is my big center gauge kind of there at the top of my thing. So I'm coming down in pretty good there. And now I'm adding pitch, but you see it really wasn't slowing us down there. I really had to wait for it. But I'm going to try to do it again to where it crashes us. That's the goal. I want it to crash. So if anybody wants to make fun of me for crashing, for getting into vortex ring state, I'm doing it on purpose. This is explanatory. And while I could just get into an out-of-ground effect hover and get into it, that's not fun. Because I could... I'm going to do an out-of-ground effect real quick and show you guys. It's I think we give ourselves about like 700-800 feet of altitude here. 6 people in. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. We're just diddling around today. Ain't nothing fancy or exciting. Okay, so we're working ourselves to an out-of-ground effect hover. And what I'm going to do, get ourselves established, and I'm watching my airspeed trying to get it to 0. And I'm going to be looking at climbing and descent rate. So I'm lowering the collective some. I'm still keeping it applied. And now we're going down pretty fast. And you can see I'm pulling up on the collective, and we're still falling down. So my way out of it is to push left. Which, that's the thing called the Bouchard technique. You have to have the 3 things to be in vortex reset, which is lower airspeed than effective lift, you have to be descending at greater than 300 feet per minute, and you have to have power applied. So I don't have any power applied, technically I can't be in vortex ring state. So again, the normal way out of it is, we got our 0 airspeed, slowly lowering until we get into a drop. You can see we're doing that. Now if I lower pitch and push forward, I can build forward airspeed and get out of it. But if we had any lower of an altitude than that, we would have been in a pretty bad shape. So that's really only a good thing if you have a bit of height to you. As far as, you need like a good, like, 200 to 500 feet minimum to do it, depending on how quick you catch it. Luckily, it feels very weird to get into vortex ring state. I felt like anytime that we tried to induce it on purpose, it was very rough for me to do because it didn't feel right. I did not like the feeling of it whatsoever. So the quicker way to do it, which is the Bouchard technique, which I kind of did the first time anyways. We hit a 0 airspeed, now we're falling. Now nothing I do is that, so I do left pedal and pushing these out to the side. And we lose a lot less altitude when going that way. And the reason that is, if I go to the outside view, you can see our tail rotor here on the left. So when I click on my left pedal, it wants to rotate us that way, which means this rear tail rotor is actually pushing us in this direction. So it's actually moving the whole helicopter to the side, even though we have like the kind of the rotate pivot point under the main rotor blade. It's pushing the whole helicopter to the side. So when you do that and you move the cyclic, your center joystick here, to the way that your tail rotor is thrusting, it gets you out of the downwash that we've been descending in. So that's the shallower, less altitude given away to recover from that particular down thing happening. Not many places teach the Bouchard technique. It's a much more jarring, immediate thing. Typically you should have enough altitude to just push forward, lower your collective and get out of it. But sometimes if you're operating in low areas and you get into vortex reset, you don't have the room to pop out of it like that. So I'll see if I can put us in like a little more of a settling of power thing right here. Which I almost did it just going around the corner. I see right there, it wanted to do it to me a little bit, but I had to sidestep out of it. Anyways, not fun. I mean, it's fun, but it's a fun way to learn to get out of trouble. 331 pounds in each seat. By the way, that's my favorite number. Quick feel. Where's it going? What'd you do? Shit. Fuel thing, temperature looking good. Fuel still good. Maybe it's something to do when I was messing with the EFD there. Yosemite Valley, which is where we are heading. And why does it say I'm heading east? I don't think I'm heading east. I think I'm heading west. Strange. Don't trust anything anymore. I'm going to a very specific place. Once we get past this very specific place, I don't care anymore because we're going to be moving this particular flight, moving on to something different. Also, I'm wearing a flight suit for this. It's not cool. It's kind of warm. That might also have to do with the fact that I'm consuming caffeine at 8:30 at night. Substation? So I think this whole thing is technically considered Simi Valley. Let's follow the traffic. Let's get down here. Except I need to update this thing right here. So if you peep the top of your screen, current goal, low and fast. Fasting on mistake. Sorry, I was so wrong. Ventura County, they have a pretty solid aerial division that they use for firefighting, which is the reason why I got in this helicopter in the first place, because there's a bandy button you can play with, it's not working. We get Huey next. We get some good sounds going on. Whoop. Pushing rather fast, 100 knots, not bad. 15 miles an hour, something like that. From Spires, it's different for me. Also, I'll say, adjusting my headset, there you go, sorry. One thing that surprised me, in real life, getting to be around more helicopters, is, you kind of hear it there, but the tail rotor noise. The tail rotor is very noisy. Very buzzy. It is in most helicopters. Okay, so Simi Valley, the place we are going is Terran Tactical's range. Jesus, follow straight out. There's a road that kind of goes there. So there's this hill right here, this little mountain here at the western-ish village of Simi Valley. And the reason, or the way I was able to find this, which some of you were there, but in one of our episodes we were talking about how easy stuff is to find with Google Maps. If you know how to play it, you know what you're looking for, you use any sort of context clues that you can. But I've always heard of Terran Tactical in Simi Valley, and I've always looked at it and said, there's a lot of houses right here. He's got to be out of town somewhere, and there's always a big mountain at the back. And mountains are what's surrounding. So, they posted something back during one of the big fires. They almost lost everything to the fire. And when I looked at the fire lines, I said, oh wow, man, that was really close to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, which is top of this hill right there. It's that big building. This right here is Terran Tactical's range. You can see the parking lot down right there is where all their targets and stuff like that. So whenever you see the videos and the John Wick training and stuff like that, it's all right here. My dog is just trying to get into it. I've got the door locked, so I'm going to push the door. Yeah, that's for all there. A couple of berms back here, so it looks like they can do slightly further range shooting if they wanted to, or different style shooting in some of these ranges. And up here over the back of this hill onto the second sub-hill is the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. And I assume legally it's got enough backdrop to where it shouldn't be an issue of them having any sort of overburn flyover or something with a loose round. Quick little perch, drop off the people. Off we go. Actually, I think we can. That's a thing. Oh. Yep. It's up there. I'm going to do a low altitude pop up just like we did this first time. But I'm going to come back from down here. There's a funny approach. I'm going to do that outside. Definitely over toward the casino there. Collective. Oop, didn't go high enough. My bad, guys. My mistake. Got him. Okay, off we go. Let's see if we can damage this thing. Full power. No worries. Just quiet. Just quiet. Just quiet. We're currently trying to overheat the damage. In full left pedal, in full collective. What's the G-Kill for anything? Okay, cool. So we're doing the G-Kill. Okay, cool. So it's not going to over-torque because we're not heavy enough. We're pretty light right now. We are in an auto right now. Oh. Rough landing, that would have broken the tail. That was on me. Not worried. We are off to somewhere else. Good parking. Very high on the flare there. But I had a lot of speed to kill. And I don't think I've ever autoed in that particular model before, so... Get all my excuses out of the way, you know. Okay, where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Let's see. This is Geneva. Where's Davos? Davos is... I don't remember my Switzerland areas. Let's see. Actually, I really want to check out this area over here. I just recently discovered the YouTube channel called Jet Lag, and they'd had a series they're playing hide and go seek around the area there, the whole country technically. What we're gonna do, we're gonna get an AS350, the H125. We're gonna have to run Air Zermatt livery on it. Just easy to find because it's very red with stars. One of my favorite liveries. There's red. Air Zermatt, which has their cool emblem. You can see their name there. Fun fact, they also even have a custom watch. An Air Zermatt edition watch from Hamilton, which is one that I actually like. I like the way it looks. I want to end where I want to end. I'm gonna end up here. This town. So there's arrival. Flight conditions live. How are we looking live over there? Very much middle of the fucking night. I wonder if I have night vision. We can always change the time. We can change the time when we get in there. But I'm curious. Which I set a night vision toggle when we did the... the Stranger Things thing the other night. So I'm curious if that night vision toggle's made its way back. I have yet to check. Messaging. Tom's messaging me, but he's not in here. Maybe helicopter videos. Oop. Haven't had this wiggle glitch in a while. Don't think you guys can see it, but the camera's going shaky everywhere. In? Nope. No night vision. I'm pretty sure that's a big no-no with the FAA. Not the FFA, the Future Farmers America, the Federal Aviation Administration. Okay, cool. So we're out of here. There's no pre-flight on this one because it's not the factory H125. Let's see. Up, back. Okay, good enough. Let's see. Engine starts up there. A battery switch right here that can go on. Anti-collision lights on. Fuel pump on. We can flick that switch on. It closes the thing for us. Get out of here. Don't need that. Sorry for the itching. Y'all have to watch that now. Fun fact about playing with a camera. Hello, my friends. Good to see you. Hope all is well. What is going on, Boeing 5? Glad to see you here, dude. I know I've seen your name in here before. Apparently, I had my cyclic turned back there. Anyway, stuff's on now. Avionics. Generator's going the wrong way. Let's use my mouse. Can y'all hear it? There is a noise there. That's good. That's there. Who the hell parked it this close? Okay, whatever. Turn that off, turn that off. Enter there. So I want to go west, and then there's a way up the mountain that way. Then I'm going to turn right and go north. Now, we'll leave the little things on, because I want to see different places to land. Did not pull back that much. And I do want pitot on, as we are out in the snow. Nope, night vision's not a thing. These lights are kind of bright. Those down. Turn that down. I turn off my comets for some reason. And actually, I want some more volume for me. The last helicopter was noisy. This one's quiet. Need some feedback. Chill, dude. You ain't gotta jump that bit. Oh, that's right. We're in a European helicopter. Right pedal. The right pedal be my power pedal and stuff. Turn on landing lights. Okay, headset adjusted, and we're moving. Robert Harrison, okay, cool. I must say, I looked at your chat history, I was like, man, it's always Robert Harrison that says, hope all is well. But, it wasn't the Robert Harrison name. G4SP product for... Oh, that's right. I remember you telling me that you were working on developing some stuff for it. Yeah, dude. I mean, you could always let me know in here. I don't think I ever check DMs on YouTube, but you can find me on Instagram, multishotmat, multishotmat@gmail.com. We have a Discord. I think I have a link to the Discord Should be on my main channel about information or something. So if you want to share it that way whenever you get done with it, because I don't know how easy it is to share stuff through YouTube's own section of communication. But I remember you saying something about working on something. Yeah, we're just here chilling today, and now I have a camera here in the top left if you haven't already noticed. I figured some people would want to see actual manipulations of the controls and stuff, so when I'm doing things like this, they can actually see me doing things like this, you know? Yeah, dude, shoot them my way. I'd love to see them. And I should see a notification on my phone if you send it tonight. But if not, send them another time. And I'll still see them regardless. All the emails get checked. I'm not a person with 50,000 unchecked emails. I keep an extremely clean inbox. To the point where I even delete emails of things that are getting shipped to me. It's like, cool, yeah, I know I ordered it. I don't need another email telling me that I have something on the way. I'm aware something's on the way. Okay, I don't see a helipad for them. A bridge. A bridge. Really, it's a bridge. I haven't flown under a bridge in forever. Look at that. Good for us. Let's see. Another helipad up here of some sort. Throw some beans into it. The altitude differences and elevation differences are so much different than what I'm used to, like, even just seeing in real life. Because the game does a really, really good job of giving you a depth perception, like a feeling of what everything should be feeling like. Which is why I enjoy doing this so much. But it's dang, you had it again? Or, well, not again, but this... I mean, I guess my aunt and uncle had it last month or something, so it's not uncommon now. Did you have it previously during old times, or was this like your first interaction having it? Because I know I had it back... It's probably 2021. And, like, I'm gonna say it was bad. It wasn't the best. What type of road loop is this? Oh, it's the underside, and it's a see-through underside because of textures. Oh, okay. Goes into a tunnel. Gotcha. But yeah, I know I had it back in, like, I think late 21. So it felt like a... Oof. That's rough. I had a friend that was early 2020 receiver of that beautiful gift of getting sick from it. And it screwed him up bad. Where he had to end up on his on-dime here 2 years ago going to go get stem cells to help his lungs recover from it. He's much better now, so if you have any long symptoms of it, definitely look into doing something with stem cells if you can swing it. Preferably Colombian stem cells, just because they're much more generous with their application of it. Is there a way to work out lungs other than just like breath holding exercises and cardio where you're breathing heavy? I don't know. I know I used to vape, but I've since stopped. I only smoke cigars every once in a while with friends now. But I want to give us a little bit of morning sunshine here. Evening sunshine, I guess, since we're right there. Well, we could do morning, just yesterday morning. There we go. So I don't know how bad my old vaping and stuff affected me. I still, like I said, smoke a cigar every once in a while just because it's more of a celebratory occasion sort of thing for me. But with that said, I do like to think I'm pretty healthy and keep up on myself. I exercise pretty regularly, so when I had it back in 2021, 2022, it was like the day before, it felt more like a stomach bug. Like I just kind of felt off and kind of poopy and throw up-y-ish sort of feeling. Like I just felt off, you know. The next day, it felt like I was actively tired, where I could drink an energy drink, speaking of, cheers, where I could drink an energy drink and it just wouldn't do anything for me. I just felt like actively tired, you know. In day 3, I felt like I was passively tired. Whereas like, oh man, I had a super busy day yesterday, but like I can feel myself on the upswing. Then day 4, it was just like, okay, cool. I felt like I was sick like 2 or 3 days ago, where it's just like you're almost better. Day 5, I was back to normal. Let's see. I had a couple of heat strokes ever since. It's been hard. Oh, wow. Yeah. I've only really gotten overheated, I think twice in the past that I can remember. But it was always like being in the Scouts or whatever sort of activities I was doing, people were very on you. They were very, very on you about staying clean, or like, not clean, staying hydrated. You gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta be hydrated, or else this, or this. Actually, I think I can go, yeah. So that's always been a plus for me, that I've been blessed with the ability, the history, the people around me, and whatever, to keep myself in pretty good health. Not everybody's as lucky. And it could not even be something you're doing wrong or anybody did wrong, you know. It could be something as simple as, you know, you could have been hydrated one day, but I mean, like you said, 108 degrees, that's not cool, especially if you're out in the sunlight or you're actually exerting yourself a whole bunch. You know, that's kill you sort of weather if you're not careful. So even if you are careful, I mean, then it still might not be enough. Yeah, and it's stuff like that too that will slowly weaken you over time. You know, you could have been, let's just say a metric, you could be able to run 20 miles nonstop. You'd have a heat stroke, and that may bring you down to a 15-mile limit just forever. Like, no matter how hard you train coming back, or maybe you could get past, but either way, it sets you at such a high level of needing to be retrained or adjusted or whatever. Don't beep at me. See, y'all, I like this because I don't have to explain that I'm wiggling around for any reason. Now y'all can just see that I'm busy wiggling for whatever. Andermatt Mospo Sports Center. Oh yeah, especially after you've had heat stroke once, you've got to stay cool. Well, I know that you have a little bit of rotor RPM there. The world's worst FADEC system. That's one thing I've noticed with the Cowan Sim. It's like a very weird inertia set with a handful of their models. With the R22, it feels like there's way too much rotary inertia. When you're doing an auto rotation with this one, it feels like there's almost no rotary inertia, which isn't bad when you're practicing autos and stuff, but when you're coming into a thing like that, wanting to slow down a little bit, like just the littlest bit of aft cyclic just throws you like way up in the rotor RPM limits, which is wild and not the way it should be. Look at this valley. This is wicked. Holy crap. People in Switzerland just have these places like this? Yeah, I'm definitely got to do a Swiss trip. This is cool. I see you commented something. That's an awesome control trip. Thank you. That's part of why I'm... What is this up here? Emergency and Traffic Police Department. Yeah, that's... I mean, you've heard the spiel a million times because you're pretty regular in here. But it's like, I wanted to have the very Robinson-type controls. And this is their R44 setup, which is like the Robinson R44. Which the 22 and the 66 are very much like this also. Big difference is just like supplementing different buttons. Where the R22 only has like a frequency swap button here, and then the speaking button on the back. It doesn't have all this other stuff going on here. 44, I'm sure it has this. And the 66 has like a hydraulic switch and stuff like that on it as well. Hello, Paul. The tree right there. Which this particular 125 model is not as stable feeling as the factory installed one, so I don't know which one's more accurate. I feel like they're both probably more squirrely. multishopmatt@gmail.com. So basically my channel name, no spaces or anything like that. multishopmatt@gmail.com. Shut up, rotor RPM. Tree. Oh. Yep, that one got me. Weep. There we go, guys. Stuffed it. What do you mean I'm back on track? The engine's not running. Cool. We're kind of parked here in the middle now. Oh, there we go. Here's an email. But not your email. Didn't want to show off anything. Oh, we're starting? Yeah, this helicopter feels very loosey compared to the factory installed model. Which way are we facing? We're heading north. Oh, that's the way I want to go. Yeah, no worries. If you can, cool. If not, no big deal. Then, yeah, just let me know whenever. And like I said, I think I also have a Discord linked in the main bio. Or whatever for the, there we go. Yeah, I have a Discord link to the main bio. That link might be dead now. I think they kill those links every once in a while. Oop, where are my pedals at? Yep. Off we go. Back into flying just as fun. Because what's better than falling than getting right back on the horse? Yeah, and if you're not trying to send away any secrets or anything, you can always send me a test email first, and I'll let you know that it is me, or if it's not, then it's probably not me. Yeah, it sucks that you got sick again, dude. Which I think at the end of the day now, it's just kind of... It's basically the same thing as the flu at this point. Different symptom set, obviously. But from everything that I've read, every iteration that happens of it is just going to be a downgrade and downgrade and downgrade from the one before it. Because as humans become more and more resilient to it. And just that's the life of the virus. It gets weaker and weaker and weaker. The fire is put out. Well, welcome in, Mr. G.A. Spotting. Good to see you again, dude. What do you think of my camera up in the top left corner? Is it appropriately sized? Do I need to make it bigger, smaller? What do you think? Also, a lot of bridges in this valley, dude. Oh, it really opens up here, doesn't it? It wasn't really that I necessarily wanted to hide my face. I mean, it's in the thumbnail, so I'm not worried about that, really. It was more of a, I wanted it to be more on the, what I'm doing here with my hands and my feet. So, if it needs to be bigger to showcase that more, I'm trying to find that middle ground of not taking up too much of the screen. I think I can go slightly bigger, though. I could probably go a little bit bigger, because I want people to see the collective and cyclic and pedal manipulations. That was kind of the goal. And to do that, if I show too much of my upper body, then I'm obviously losing what's happening down here and lower with the controls itself. Jeez, what's up with everybody getting sick? That means tomorrow I am 100% going to go spend time outside in the sunlight, shirt off, just wearing shorts, shoes, nowhere to be seen. Feet on the grass, rolling in the dirt. Also, I'm wearing a flight suit for this. I hope you guys appreciate the fact that I wore a flight suit for a live stream. 6th season, yeah, and part of it. That's kind of the whole winter thing. It just kind of turns into 6th season. What do you think? Should I make the top left screen bigger, or would that be too much of a takeoff? I also say I need to move that current goal thing a little bit to the right. All day on the 29th? Wow. What are you doing? It's like a family thing where y'all are outside all the time, or? I know I was going to go hike a waterfall today, but the person I was going to do it with, they got in early this morning. They went up to a friend's house and consumed some beverages. And they didn't drive home last night like a good person. So they got home early this morning and they were not feeling it, so. But webcam is fine? Okay, cool. Plane spotting, okay. Oh yeah, didn't you say you're going up to a PDK, maybe? Because you might be able to meet up with Epic Aviation and grab your prize. We're definitely going to be getting into some weather up here, looks like. That's cool. I don't even want to put some altitude in here to make it harder. Okay. But yeah, good to finally meet up and get that. He seems pretty cool. I think I've seen him. I think I really got to talk to him once. But when my Instagram and stuff got taken down, because I was messaging him on that, and I think you passed along my information to him, which appreciate that. But he met me at Speedway one day before one of my instruction days, and he just wanted to talk. I was like, dude, sorry, I gotta go. You know, my appointment to start learning or to continue learning how to fly helicopters is at 3, and it's 2:59 right now. I gotta go. You didn't get to get out to CSG today? Yeah, I mean, that's good to... I don't want to say it's good to not get out there, but sometimes you kind of do need to take that rest and take that break. Too bad the tunnels aren't open. Because that would be a tunnel right there to fly through. I feel like there has to be a tunnel somewhere in the game, right? Like the one that Red Bull flew through on the, on whatever, with their, extra 330, extra 340, whatever it is, their race plane. Which I'm not going to say that's, like, not a wild stunt, it is. But the something going wrong on that's very, very high. Which, I mean, going under it normal, wheels down, canopy up is the smart way to do it. I'm sure that pilot probably had the skill to do it upside down, but, I mean, that just leaves so much lack of room for error. It's probably not worth it, you know. BRB, okay, cool, see you in a bit. We're going to summit this mountain up here. Not this ridge, but this mountain. So we're going to pull full power. We're going to keep pushing into it a little bit. I want to maintain airspeed. We're going to hit that one at summit. Also cool seeing all the rocks and stuff. Further south we were a bit higher up in altitude. Or higher in elevation for the ground, so... we're getting a lot more snowy. I'm not sure what best climb on this is. I'm sure it's somewhere around like 65 knots or something like that. So I could even slow down more, but I think this right here is still an appropriate. You are a buck. So, Mr. George Plane Spotting, have you seen the YouTube channel Jet Lag the Game? Recently found them, as in like a few days ago. And that's the reason we're in Switzerland right now, is because they did a hide and go seek around Switzerland. There's a hotel up here. What? But yeah, they did a hide and go seek around Switzerland, like in this area, and I thought it looked really, really cool, so I wanted to come and give it a look myself. Yeah, I first saw it was like playing hide and go seek in all of Japan, and I watched all 6 episodes of that, or whatever it was, 6 or 7 episodes. I think each of them hit twice. One of them got like a 2-day thing, so it might have been 7 or 8 episodes. Either way, the entire country of Japan they played hide and go seek in, and they have like questions where the questions will cost you points, or you have to give them like cards which give them like power-ups or whatever to help them hide better longer. So if you're like, hey, are you north or south of me, or are you within like 20 miles of me, then those are pretty strong questions, and they can really help you narrow big chunks of area down. But they're like, cool, they get to like draw a couple of different cards that can make them give you ways to say, like, cool, like they can't, for the next 3 hours, they can't go through a door unless they roll dice and it's above like a 7 or something. So it was pretty neat. And then I think the Swiss one, were they doing coins there? I don't know. Either way, seemed very cool and just a neat area. Very good train transit system as well, which was kind of my, I don't want to say my reason of being more interested in it. But it's like, cool, and it'd be neat to go somewhere where there's solid public transit. Because Atlanta, I'm not riding public transit in Atlanta, sorry. I'm not riding public transit really anywhere in the U.S. unless it's a ski lift. And even then, I've never been skiing. I've never seen powdered snow in my life. Let me sit down real quick. I need to mess with the Garmin. Speaking of Garmin, I don't know if y'all saw, but a King Air equipped with Garmin autopilot and avionics was able to perform a self-landing in an actual emergency with an incapacitated pilot. Yeah, I figured it was around the other side of this lake. Which we're actually going to one of the hiding spots. Check your email. You were the first to see the photos. So I gotta go to my other email, which is multi-shop. Okay, if I'm keeping this hidden from the camera. Ooh. Okay, I see you, Mr. Harrison. I see you. So are you just doing like the main exterior type modeling, or are you doing avionics and electronics and systems and stuff like that as well? Because I feel like most people have at least 2 people on their team, one person doing more physical modeling and one person doing more everything else modeling. But then again, I don't know what your skill set on that is. My skill set's nowhere in that. I can design stuff. I can do design of and engineering of parts and pieces and stuff like that. But if you were telling me to make something look like something else, I cannot do that. Hold on, guys. We're going to melt our brains with some 5G right here, okay? Weep! Cool. Now we're going down to one of the hiding spots. I think Ben Yeah, I think Ben's his name. It's one of Ben's hiding places. Which they were checking at the town up there, Zug. But he was actually over here. Swiss helicopter AG. We're going to stop by there first, actually. Dang, full aircraft you're prone. Damn, that's cool as shit, dude. Pardon my Swiss. Which just judging my own skills, I feel like I might be better doing the flight characteristic modeling and stuff like that, just because I just assuming that it's already there and established. Like I can wiggle sticks and go like, ooh, yeah, that feels kind of off, or this feels more like it should be this, or whatever. But yeah, dude, that's super cool. So do you have to make the models, like obviously their scale or whatever, but when you do it, these are like, okay, cool, like you have the overall measurement of this aircraft and you say, okay, cool, this is 75 feet long and you're making the model at 75 feet long? Or is it something where you're just making it where it's all scaled in proportion, right? Then you scale it up to what it needs to be. Hello, Pole. Where are you? Touchdown here before going over to that town. Bunch of Kodia blueprints and documentation. Oh, okay, cool. So do you work for a larger mod company, modification or aftermarket? I don't know what a company like that would be considered. Is there like a larger organization that you're a part of, or is this all just Mr. Robert Harrison Enterprises? Okay. I forget which creator it was on YouTube, but one of them rode in a helicopter that was actually replacing a train for a bit. And that was because there's a Swiss town or something where there's like a cog railway or something that went up to this town, and that was like people's only way in and out. But that particular railway was down for like 2 or 3 weeks for maintenance or something like that. So they had hired like Airs or Mod or some sort of company with H-125s to come in and be their train for a few weeks while all the maintenance and everything was going on. Rob Tech, gotcha. Have you done this before, or is this all completely a new thing for you? I feel like the place the guy was hiding was like right in here somewhere. There's a playground kind of like down in this general area that he was hiding at. But it's like almost impossible to find with Google satellite view. Even me being as good as I am, it took me a bit to like locate it in since it was so well hidden. Dang, these things are buried underground. Look at them go. I know as far as helicopter releases in the game that I'm looking forward to would be the BO-105 from Messerschmitt. Twin engine used to be an anti-tank helicopter. A lot of it used in Germany. Very cool. Little freeze up. Very cool helicopter, but I know there's 1 or 2 companies working on it. There is already one in the game, but I think it sucks from what I understand. Okay, let me stretch like this a little bit. Butt's kind of getting sore down here from sitting in the same place. Let's see, where are we going next? I wonder if we can go... I kind of want to be angry. I'm too happy right now. I want to be upset at this thing. Mission? I'm sorry, I went out of it for a little bit. This button here. Oh. I'm looking for... What are these? But I want to do it in the sky crane. Well, this one right here is in the hues. Let's do this. Because I want to say it like puts a long line on it briefly. Which I kind of want to mess around with. The Vinchokyo hut has been damaged by recent bad weather, and the crew's planning to fix it up. They're waiting for all the materials and supplies up there to get started on the repairs. Think about starting a YouTube stream to teach how to build their own aircraft using MSFS2024 SDK documents. Oh, so you had experience with Blender and stuff before. Okay. I mean, yeah, you can, dude. I'd say do it. No matter what. If I can stream it, it may turn into something that pays me on the back end, which will help repay for this whole setup that I purchased here to do this. Dude, aircraft looks sick. Like, I think I loaded up 2 of the pictures and was looking at them. Yeah, I looked at like the closer one at the nose. But I'm sure like the more time you have with it, the more and more detailed it's going to get as well. Because it's like every little thing on the wheel and tire and blah, 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 blah. Everything's just going to become more and more detailed as the time goes. Because I'm just spitballing here because I'm completely ignorant to the subject. But I assume a lot of this is, I think it's all the way over here. I assume a lot of it's, hey, there's my little string. Hey, string. What am I saying? I assume a lot of it is, like, you get the big basic shape down and then you start doing texture type things on it. Like, I assume, like, when they were making this helicopter, they say, okay, cool, we're going to get the shape, long cone. It's 8 inches big here, 12 inches big here. And then they start putting the ribs and the rivets and stuff like that, which I don't even know if they're textured or if it's just paint. I feel like they reflect the right way. So I assume that they're actually in it, you know. Whoa, did it actually put me on this side? Good for them. That's sick. This is a different configuration than the other one. That's why. Okay, cool. I got it. Different. Delay power, pitot heat. Ignitions on battery. Here we go. Beep, 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 beep. Start pump on. Ignition switches on. Fuel. Is there a horn button? don't see one. I'm gonna take the generator off. Don't know why that's on. Anyways, usually there's a start button on the collective here. Okay, so it's a click and hold. Okay, sick. Right, and one to hit the green. One's in the green. Generator on. But someone who did said it had a red front, yellow center, white at the back. I'm trying to think of what I saw, because I check flight radar pretty often. Anyways, so usually red front and white at the back sounds like air evac, but yellow's weird. Also, I used to be able to hear the ground crews talking, but now their voices are all gone for me for some reason. This is runway 1 right front. That makes sense. Looks like that's my thing that I'm going to pick up down there. I don't know why it's telling me to take off. Look, I took off from runway 1. Look at me. I did it. Climbed to 1100. I literally don't need to. I think I gotta pick up over there. Okay, I'll just keep climbing, even though my thing I've got to get's right there. Okay. It wasn't on flight radar. Well, the air evac will pop off of it sometimes with their 206s and stuff. Yellow. What would be yellow? I'm pulling it. Pick up area. I'm way too high. They only give us like a 50-foot road. I'm over the pickup here, you idiots. You can grab the rope and walk it too. I don't know where I'm taking it. Okay, let's see you talking. Risk of what? I didn't read that. What was my risk of? Am I going too fast? I'm sorry. Whoa! Yeah, that's not right. What the hell is happening? No, what? Using an aftermarket thing for the thing. Okay. Oh well. Let's see. Reputation. Oh no. Yeah, because your thing sucks. Freelancer. The money's much better. Getting hot. Yeah, post the yeah, that's just a super loud model of a helicopter also. Post the chat picture in Discord or something, and I'll see if I recognize it. Let's see. I want to scratch my head underneath these straps. Also, yeah, that was career mode. That was trying, because they've updated the career mode where when you do different mission things, well, I wonder if I can buy aftermarket helicopters. All companies, let's say. Here in my eye. Perfect. Let's do Zargo. Okay, cool. Has the Huey here. Of course, that's a factory helicopter. $12 million. Jeez. 225. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So I can buy these now. Not going to. Or maybe $9 million. I'm close to that. But what I really want is... Sorry for keeping on and bumping that around. I want to start a new company to do the Aerial construction. But I don't have enough money for a sky crane or a Chinook. So that'd be the next one. I've got enough money to create the company. It's just getting the $17,405,020. That's the hard part, is getting that. Everything else is easy. Because as a freelancer, I can make... There's one field that's like $750,000 to spray. I may have buffed it down some. $624,000 to spray that field. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Make an easy $500,000 real quick. Need to get myself a haircut. Let's see, Discord. Here we go. Just the livery. I wonder if it could be like one of the army trainers. Those are mostly like white and orange though. But with that red and yellow. Who also, if you guys don't follow this dude right here, he does a perpetual stew every single day and it's absolutely hilarious and I love it. Red, yellow, and orange. Weird. Not showing up makes me think that's like an army trainer or something like that. Because those are usually like white and orange, something like that. But if they were able to get that much more of a look at it, you know, and say it looked more like your picture, then that might not be. Move you down here. Actually, Shift C. So I'm not walking 6 miles. Okay, Shift C. Not pre-flighting. I like to live dangerously. Oh, yeah. It was power line inspecting. There's a handful of power line inspection companies that are all chartered through, and it could be anything. Probably a good chance of it being a Bell 206 or a 407. Did you hear it? Were you there? Or was this a family or neighbor or something? Because, like, I could ask about the sound. Because I'm dumb enough, into it enough to where if you describe the sound, I can pretty much tell you one way or the other. But if not, I'm not going to worry that much about it. You heard it? Was it more choppy? Was it more hummy? I feel like it's more choppy. More like tick, 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 tick. If it was more, and that's a 407. 407s are very, very distinct with their sounds. Yeah, I'm going to say 206L. High chance. Okay, so that's good there. Way more than enough fuel, so we're going to pick up slowly. Right pedal. Less right pedal. Blah, blah, blah. Sick. This is the direction that we're heading. Yeah, 407's very choppy. Of course, you hear a lot of Blackhawks. Yeah, I'm going to say like a 206 L3 or a Jet Ranger. If they're just doing inspections, they really don't need L3 size or L4, L1, L2, whatever. They don't really need the size of the L, but typically more people get the L just because there's more available power. But Jet Rangers are also very, very common for power line stuff, so. And to have that sort of livery, that seems like a very sort of Bell livery to have. Thought it was OH6. Cayuse. Which y'all will get some OH58s down there with Georgia State Patrol. I think they have one or two trainer 58s, Kiowas. They've only seen one OH6 or one older 369 in the area. Most of them that I see are actually produced as civilian, like MD500Cs or Echoes or whatever. But yeah, I can almost promise it's a Bell. I just don't know who would be doing power line inspections down there. I know at one point, PG&E, one of the largest power companies in the country. They're mostly West Coast, though, and Northwest, I believe. They made a default or something where all of their contract helicopters, which they have their own fleet, but they're people that they contract in because they can't do everything. Or they put like a requirement where they had to be using like a Bell 407 or something like that just for safety standard, you know. No chance of mass pumping. They're usually kept up nicer because they're more expensive and not quite as much used and ragged down as like a 206L or an old 44 or something along those lines. But in Georgia Power and any of like the EMC, Central Georgia EMC or whoever, or any of the oil companies that have oil lines going through. But I think you said that you've got pretty big power lines stuck near your place. I think it would be a 206. I can't see why it wouldn't be. Are we in the snowy field here? Can't be. No, we're in this one. Okay. That's kind of, yeah, it's kind of snowy. Sick. There's our truck over to the right. Dude, wildly slow night tonight. I figured a Monday wouldn't be that bad since it's a Christmas week, but I guess a lot of people are adults and still working, or maybe families too much in the area. I know I plan on, what's the day, 22nd, 23rd, 24th? Wednesday night, I'll be doing the hunting down Santa thing again. Because I had fun doing that last time. Because I stayed in character of trying to track down Santa and I'm on the refill truck, homie. There you go. I don't need a cutscene, thank you. Cool, I'm going to start way down here. Yeah, exactly. I would have expected to, but hey, maybe I'm being cynical, and I'd much rather people be spending time with their family and loved ones rather than watching me, you know. Although I'm very thankful people watch me as I sit here and yap and do whatever. It is a time for family. I am not upset if everybody's excuse for not being in here is they are busy spending time with loved ones. It's been a rough week in aviation and the car world, which is my two things, with Greg Biffle. So that's just one of those things that make you say, okay, cool, let's spend time with people that we love, because we never know when somebody's day may be, you know. Left pedal there and end off. Sick. And it's also wild with... I've got friends, obviously, that are not in the aviation space, because it is a very particular sort of hobby thing for people to have, or interest, or future career path, or whatever. But I have one friend who is messaging me. He's been in here before, Pee Wee Man or something like that. He was messaging me like, hey, so what do you think happened? I was like, dude, anything at this point is just pure speculation. Pure speculation at this point. Like, the only people that know what happened, even now, are the people in that airplane, that were in that airplane, and God himself. And the NTSB, they will, like, out of all the government agencies to trust, they are one of the few that I actually do trust. So I was like, dude, let them take their time, let them do their work. I see your message, give me a second. It might take me doing this field before I can actually, like, thoughtfully reply to it, because I think I can't get too far away from what I'm doing. Now I need to cut about here. It was like, out of all the government agencies that exist out there, me, as somebody who does not trust government agencies, I trust the NTSB Aeronautical Division to tell me something truthfully. Especially when it comes to something like this, you know. I was like, we'll get a preliminary in a few weeks. They'll let us know what they figured out, any relevant information, but then it's going to be a year. It's going to be 2 years before they release a report on what happened. Absolutely tragic. There's going to be a million people speculating, and they're going to say, hey, we know this, we know this. They don't. Unless they have an actual video or a picture, or somehow the public gets a hold of live cockpit audio, or the CVR, not live, but the recorded stuff. Like, they will not know, and there's no way for them to know. So everything anybody's saying is just speculation and grifting, trying to get people's attention onto their socials or whatever, trying to sound like the smart person. I was like, I don't care if it makes me sound like I'm trying to sound like the smart person by saying, like, I don't know what happened, but I don't. My initial thought, if anybody cares, was that it was icing. It seemed like the most viable thing. It was a rainy, messy day. When they first took off, the ceiling was like 5,000 feet. When they came in and crashed the ceiling, it was like 1,200 feet or something. So the ceiling was decreasing. It was very drizzly, and it was like 37 degrees. So it does stand to reason that it could have gotten cold enough for icing conditions. I would assume all of his stuff would work, though. But that's me. I don't know. I don't have any more information, and that's even more speculating than what I want to do. And I wouldn't be interested in putting any more speculation into it. I care. I really, really do care. But I don't care enough to put any false information out there for anybody being like, oh, Matt, he's an expert because he has a pilot's license, so he must know something. And I don't want to give anybody that false sense of... Did I not click the button? Nope. I can look out there if I want to. I'm pretty sure I clicked the button. Unless I'm out of juice. There we go. Greg Biffle in the Cessna Citation 550 crash in Statesville that happened Thursday? Like, even though I may have ideas, it is just speculation. There's no way for me to know. And then he texts me back the other day, or yesterday, and he's like, well, you know, the Cletus pretty much confirmed who was the pilot. And I was like, oh, in the video that he posted where he said, like, I don't know the other pilots on there, because Greg himself was not type rated for that airplane. But he had somebody on there who was type rated, and that guy's son, who was a pilot. So we don't know. Obviously, the one who is type rated was PIC. He was in one of the seats, obviously, but we don't know who was in control of the aircraft at the time. I was like, here's how type rating works, here's how PIC works. We still don't know if Greg was in the seat or not. It's his plane, it would stand to reason he would be in the seat, but also he may be sitting back there with his family since there were 2 pilots already on board. One pilot being PIC regardless, so he had to have been there. And it could have been his son, who was a private and instrument rated pilot. Maybe even commercial. I know he was fresh out of flight school. So I don't remember. Don't want to be misquoted either. I don't know. It's like any of them could have been in the seat. And at that time, nobody knows who is in control. And the main guy who was type-rated may have had a heart attack. He may have not been able to control the airplane, or something happened, and maybe it was Greg or the other guy controlling. Maybe he was all over the controls. Who knows? We don't. Could have been a bird strike, could have been icing, could have been fuel failure, could have been water in the fuel, could have been a million different things. But the NTSB will do a thorough report, and they will give us what would be our best guess, you know? Not even a guess, our best estimation and hypothesis with all of the information that can be provided by what was able to be salvaged at the accident. And they can find a surprising amount of information out from accident sites. Which it says I've fertilized the field now, but I'm going to continue going until it literally tells me to go back. Because I think you get a bonus for more coverage. But this particular field, it's tossed me out before. Sorry, bud. I'm not going to tell you I'm completed, because I'm not. It's annoying, though, because it's right on my map. Okay, I guess I'm finished. Turned off my fluid on me. Black and yellow Bell 26 flies around Georgia a lot. That's what the witness said it. Okay. Yes, it might have been icing. And it could have been inadvertent IMC, even though the son was instrument rated and the father, who was the PIC, was instrument rated. Greg himself was not instrument rated. He was a NASCAR champion. Friends with Cletus McFarland, who has the place down in Florida that me and Tom have talked about a handful of times. Greg himself was not. So if they were getting up into IMC conditions, here was my initial speculation. Once again, pure speculation for anybody watching or listening. My assumption was they took off, they seemed like they had a pretty normal turn while climbing. And then once they got to the altitude where clouds seemed like they could have been dropping into because of the temperature changing and everything, it could have started icing. And if they hadn't thought about icing and something like the pitot tubes got plugged, which usually there's a light that pops up whenever the pito's not on. Let me see if this one even has one. Yeah, you'll have a light here on the annunciator panel telling us that the pito's not on. Which usually, that's a thing, but you'll usually see if you have an out or non-functioning annunciator light when you're doing your test. So I was saying, cool, maybe there was icing that caused the pitot tube or a static port or leading edges or something to freeze up. And if they freeze up, there's a good chance that you're losing the aerodynamic profile of the wing, you're losing accurate airspeed indications, and if you're flying with autopilot, your autopilot doesn't know of your icing. Your autopilot just knows, oh my god, we're not showing airspeed, I need to add a whole bunch of tilting back, or like, oh my god, whatever it is, it has crazy readings because of something wrong, and then it could be compensating for that. Yeah, like I told my friend, it's like everything is speculation. Not a single thing you hear is known, because there were people in Facebook comments saying like, oh, it was this person, he was the only person rated, Greg was rated his plane. Like, no, all their licenses are publicly available online. You can look up my license online and see what I'm rated and cleared for, which is not much. I fly Robinson R22, okay? I'm not rated for much. But all the information anybody is saying on Facebook is all pure speculation. Nobody knows anything. And all these people that are completely, for lack of better terms, oblivious to aviation industry, how flying works, how ratings work, how pilots work, how the NTSB, the FAA, rules, regulations, blah, 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 whatever works, they just don't know. And I'm not going to hate, I don't want to say ignorance is something that you can plead, but it's not something they were doing. If they were flying all the time and they were like, oh my god, well obviously Greg was flying, it was his plane. Like, okay, cool, then you're pretty ignorant to what flying rules are and type ratings and whatever are. Just like if you get a speeding ticket, you can't plead ignorance to the speed limit signs, because guess what? You should know how to read the speed limit sign if you plan on, passing your driver's license test. So, plane going over me right now. Sounds like a real one outside. Little feller. Here, I'm clicking the button to announce my final. There we go. And honestly, this grass runway here sucks. I have no idea where the actual runway is. It's not marked. So I'm looking for the... Actually, I can't go down too quick. I think it's up here after this little street. Because it'd be like, it landed off airport, and it would dock me some points, and I don't want that. I see the fuel station there. So now, I can come down. I'm literally here next to it, okay? How would you have a fucking marked runway, idiots? Undesignated landing area. I'm a helicopter. Sukma nuts. Please. Stop here. I'm gonna stop it right next to where I took off at, idiot. Done doing Monsanto's bidding. Man, Monsanto can also suck the nuts. Oh, you idiot. There. No, I'm not going to set my rotor brake. You have any idea? It's going 325 RPM. You want to see what the checklist says? It says like 70. Or like 110 if it's windy or something and you can't get the speeds down. Let's see. Back. Let me move you out of the way. Back. Checklist. Post-flight. Engine shut down. Below 140 RPM. You see this? 267. It says so right there. Tell me what to do. So what I'm going to do to help slow it down, I'm going to pull up on the collective. It's going to make us light on the skids. See? Kind of shifted some. It's trying to hover us. You can hear more rotor. We are not in high wind conditions, and it will actually wear down the rotor brake quicker since this is an aircraft that I own. I purchased this for the business. And now we're at 140. Beep. Slow yourself down. Avionics off. Off. There we go. It's just a recommendation. I'll work my way back up. You fail one mission because of a stupid glitch, and then it makes you have to work your way all the way back up. Fertilization quality. Well, yeah, because you didn't give me enough time to finish. Would have had more. I would have been at the full 650,000. See, now I'm docked points again because it wouldn't let me finish. Super, super dumb. Okay, Monsanto, get out of here. What was I going to do? I was going to pop over here to make my picture a little bit bigger for you guys. I was going to move this there. Cool. Okay, so I made my... I'm going to look at it on my phone screen here, as you guys can see. Not bad. Now people are showing up at 10 o'clock at night. Guys, it's Monday night on Christmas week. Sorry, don't mind my stretching. Or do. None of y'all can tell me what to do. In fact, the only person who can tell me what to do today is Kill or Be Killed. He popped in and dropped $5 down. Of course, he's one of my friends, and me and him bet little monies back and forth at work all the time. So it's neither here nor there. But he came out swinging today. Plus, none of y'all have been here all day. Somebody had a burn barrel to hang out here. Oh, let's see. We haven't looked at the pyramids in a while. No, I wanted to do... What's our daytime line look like? Got a daytime in Madagascar, but it's still night up here. What do we do, guys? Where are we going? I'm cosplaying as me wearing an outfit. Check that out. Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Our next around the world thing, which will probably be after... A lot of people flying in out of here. But will probably be after Christmas. We'll be ending up here at Luca. Or base camp. Or something. There, because when we fly up here... So we get to actual Mount Everest. Oh wow, that's right there. It looks like it's a flat map, and then you get right here, and you're like, oh, wait a second, that's not a flat map. That's... interesting. You need to get rid... Dude, that's actually, that's a project I've been wanting to do for Multi-Shot Matt. I want to make my own heavy-duty shredder to get rid of all these Amazon and delivery boxes and stuff like that. Where I'll 3D print a lot of prototype stuff, then use like Sin or somebody to make metal gear teeth. Cutting teeth, whatever. Sponsored by Rain. I wish. Okay, guys, what do we fly? What do we fly? What do we fly? What is this? Is that like a border thing? That's got to be a border thing, right? They're all ranger posts. And they're all just a few miles apart from each other. Following that line, yep. Weird. Oh yeah, burn barrel galore after Christmas. No way I'm finishing my shredder in time. I very lightly looked at it even at this point. I say I have a friend that actually lives over here that should just be waking up now. Let's see. Sent him a you up. Tom over here is in my DMs on Instagram, but he's not in chat. Boo. I guess he's actually doing things today. A lot of helipads over here. What am I thinking of? What am I thinking of? Ferrari World's like right over here too, isn't it? Yeah. Looks weird with the lights. Let's make it daytime. It's right here. Light-point gears on the shredder? Just because. I'm looking for ease of manufacturing as well. Which the printer will do decent, getting me a lot of the stuff. But I'm looking for many things that could be just cut out of sheet metal to just be cut out of sheet metal. Because I also want it to be something where I need to make a website paralleling the Instagram too, so or the YouTube as well. So whenever I make something personally, you know, it can be. Oh, this is cool. So it looks like that in real life, but as we get in, it starts rendering out where it just thinks it's a big flat area. Oh, what we should do, we should look at sceneries. Yo, he's here. There he is. Did I wake you up or were you already awake? Oh, Tom's here. Oh, you're in, but you haven't talked the entire time. Glad you're here, dude. Dude, hope it didn't wake up, dude. The hell is that? Let's see. World? What have you missed? Not much. We're just kind of duking around right now. Like nothing crazy. Philippines. Landmark, scenery, ground service, wow. Oh. Okay, 7A is not that bad. Real taxiway signs, that'd be nice. Power lines. No wires to my add-on. I added wires to each power line. Oh. Jeez. Rules fall within airport boundaries, no power line. That'd be neat. $10. I'm not spending $10 on those. Sorry, Mamu Designs. Why does it show you on your phone? Because my phone is how I read the comments. Because I don't have a separate screen, I don't want to put an add-on for anything. And also my phone kind of mounts to a thing on my desk right here that I designed and printed. Let's have an idea. Something actually we had flown there once before. For some reason, don't know why, I want... Oh, we'll leave weather. You know what? We'll leave the weather as is. Want to do more northern Italy. That's a full airport there. Green means it has instrument approach procedures. Says departure. We've been flying little helicopters. Sorry you missed it, Tom. Sucks to be you. No, but yeah, thank you for being here. And... what? Am I just looking over it? What? Am I looking over the Chinook, guys? There is a Chinook in the game, right? Yo, where is it? What? Unless they accidentally messed up classing or something. Yo, I think it's gone. You think the webcam paused? Okay, give me a second. Maybe you're just paused because it looks fine on my end. Try refreshing your page. I just looked at mine. I'm still moving around, still doing stuff. Dude, what the hell happened to the Chinook? I'm gonna start back over again. Just scroll through. Dude, I think they dumped the Chinook. Sky Crane still here. What? Dude, it's not in here. You weren't moving and the game was moving without hand input. Oh, weird. The Chinook, specifically that. Okay, somebody else is saying it's completely disappeared. Wonderful send subscriber. Thank you, Tom. Much appreciated. $2.99 Australian. What that is? Who knows? I don't even know if those are real dollars. Wow, Tom, you just got dunked on. Not that it's necessary to do this by any means, but might be embarrassing. Thank you guys. Merry Christmas. Let's see. My library. Okay. What does that say? It says to complete installation of items downloaded to the library. Oh wow, that's a lot. Okay. Go back to the main menu. Back. Marketplace. My library. All. But why would the Chinook not be here? Everything's a competition. He's kind of right. Currently incompatible. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. Disabled. Okay, cool. I didn't have that one. I had version in 2024 because it came as part of Flight Sim 2024. Part of me spending all the money on the full version. Standard Premium, Standard Deluxe, Standard Aviator. I think Aviator was a big one. Here, I'll download the thing if I have to. I'd much rather it be downloaded. Tom, dude, adios. Have a good day at work. I might be on for another hour and a half. I'm thinking midnight. Call it off because that's a 5-hour stream at that point because I popped on at 7. So we'll see. I mean, it is a 1,000 subscriber special, so. Okay. Downloads. What else is it saying? Okay, so it looks like it's downloading the full upgrade to the Aviator, but the other helicopters, which were part of it, were in there. Dude, I don't know. That's weird. Ooh. Oh, Sarheli 241. I've flown with him on one of his streams before. CN. No aircraft, no flight plan. We're gonna come in and bother him. It was like right after I got the game. I think I may have even streamed a little bit. Save and back. But yeah, like I was like laying in bed, it was like 2:30 in the morning, and I saw that somebody else was streaming flying helicopters in Flight Sim 2024. So I hopped in, it was him and another dude, And I want to say we flew around New Zealand for like 3 hours. And I was just on their stream, in their chat, just kind of talking like they brought me into voice chat or whatever, whether it was Discord or in-game or... I don't know how it worked. I honestly don't remember. Taking forever to load in, probably because we're trying to download all the premium stuff as well. So streaming plus downloading is going to suck up a little bandwidth. So if it kills it for you guys, let me know, and we may have to back out and pause the downloads. It seems like we're already fighting just to get in there with him. Okay, so the big question is, what is everybody getting from Santa Claus? Or do you know? Or are you guessing? We are spawned into a building right here. We've spawned falling. Okay, cool. Thank you. He's in the 407. Okay. That little thing up there. No trees over there. I see his little dude out there. Which he also streams. So he may even be live right now. I don't know. I'm going to go look. A new GI. Airplane models and clothes. Let's see. SAR. Live. He streamed a few months ago, but he hasn't done anything since then. Anyway, he was cool. I flew around with him a good little bit. So I don't know what Santa got me per se. I do know what I asked for. I asked for a 1/30th scale RC 4-wheel drive Ford Bronco from Axial Off-Road. These blades are awfully close. Because I bought a 1/18th scale one at a Land Cruiser, which is much better. I got that at a swap meet a week before Thanksgiving, and I really, really enjoyed it. But it was also like the lowest end recreation model of a like $170 thing, and it was a $50 one that I bought. So I was like, cool, I want to try something nicer. So it's like a $100 but smaller one. And yeah, I'm interested to see how well it does compared to the cheaper one that I have. I assume it's going to be better. Obviously, that would only make sense. But maybe because it's smaller, it doesn't have enough weight to where the springs and the tire softness and everything just doesn't play right. But we'll see. But I've always thought the scale 4-wheel drive stuff has always been pretty neat to me, so we'll see. y'all will get updates. I may have already started filming stuff with it. Okay, Sarhilly. You know, you do you, boo. I'm gonna toots around here. I'm surprised he's not streamed. He hasn't streamed in 2 months, so I'm not sure. Oh, nope, there he goes. I'm just gonna fall in behind him. It's really hard to have a sense of how close or how far, so I'm watching all of this stuff. Yeah, we did like 2 hours around New Zealand with him and another guy. And I swear the other guy was on like 1% fast time warp. We were pushing to keep up with him. Like we were over torquing the entire time, trying to keep up. So are the airplane models that you believe you're getting, which you don't have to go ask, don't ruin it, don't bother Santa too much. Are they something that you have to build, or is it just like models for display? Because I know like some of the car models I would get, I really enjoyed building them and putting them together like little piece by piece. They always ended up being crappier than the ones that you just buy already pre-assembled. Because unless you're spending money, you're not getting the high quality like very good finish, good metals and stuff. But if you spend just a little bit of money, you get like a plastic kind of snap together, a few screws that instantly strip out sort of thing. I'm gonna get rid of that. Both. You ever thought about doing RC airplane stuff, or you'd rather just do the spotting and then I assume you're going to get your license sometime? It would only make sense. You should. You're smart. I think you'll pick up the book side of it really, really well, and I feel like you have no problem comprehending anything to do with the actual flying side of it, you know? But as we were talking to like Epic Aviation 47, like I almost felt like he didn't, like he liked helicopters, but I don't know if he ever wanted to actually fly them. Which for me it's a weird thing, because like I really, really enjoy helicopters, obviously. But I always knew that I wanted to fly. Like, nothing about me was like, oh man, I really don't want to, I just want to look out for a distance. Like, I always have to try to do it. I always want to be somebody who can hop in something and do it, or learn, or figure it out, or whatever, you know? But I don't know, it felt like he didn't want to try. Which, don't know, that's his thing. We don't talk about that. Too many trees near my house. Well, you don't have to do it at your house. There's little RC runways and parks and stuff everywhere. Very stable hover, Mr. Heli. He's playing with the pterodactyls right there. Which I can't tell. No, this is actually cliff face here. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know these are just like tree artifacts or whatever. That's actually... She found one that you can fly through there. See, Ab's there posted again. Let's see. Backing off. Trying not to die. Embry reel for college. Good choice. Get my license for sure. I've thought about Reforger, but like I think I was telling you on Instagram earlier, like I don't know how accurate the flying model is. And at the end of the day, I originally bought and built my sim setup purely with the intention of I'm going to do this to learn how to fly, and I don't want to make too much of a game out of it. So I could take over a small private airfield that's 5 of my kind. Oh yeah, you could. I mean, there's even like I said, RC specific fields. Like there's one up here in McDonough. I mean, these things are everywhere that I know of. Curious if he has a different time of day turned on. So he's really getting into stuff and I don't see his landing lights on or anything. Oh no, I got rid of my live players. No. Crap. Oh well. Oh well. SAR, if you see this, good seeing you. Whoop, hello. That's what I get for checking shit out. I don't even know where we're at. And is that cliff face? I guess it is kind of cliff face. Anyways. Dude, go to work. Just glad to see you in here. I haven't seen you in here in forever, dude. Oh yeah, time zone differences are wild. Dude, Tom's down in Australia, so this stream is no stranger to time differences. Do a 45 up. Get our airspeed 85 knots, and oop, over rotated. I wanted to come back down. Not what I wanted it to do. There's one trick that the Red Bull guy did that I find fascinating. It's like the push over at the top. But I can't get this one to do it. Oop. There goes some rotor RPM. Get that back. And land in this red house's front yard. Put her here in the corner. Kind of crooked on the ground here. Weird. Okay, let's see. S-A-R Hilly. Okay, cool. Anyways, do we have a Chinook back or not? That is the question. Because for some reason I wanted to fly the Chinook, and now a freaking thing I paid for isn't here. Sean, good night. Merry early Christmas. Although I will be back Christmas Eve because we have to hunt Santa. But good night to you and Bellini. No Chinook. Let's see if anything else, anything interesting has popped into the marketplace. I don't want the Harrier bundle. I want my helicopter back that I already had. Don't give me available to rent. I already have it. Have this already. Available to rent. British bundle gross. Dude, SA341. There's one that lives just north of me, surprisingly. One of those came through. They have a 315. I didn't know that. And I want to say they're working on a 340 right now. We're buying this. Sorry. Y'all's super chats are going straight into autism. Says the guy drinking 300 milligrams of caffeine at 10 o'clock at night. Weird, chat just kind of freaked out for me for a second. Let's refresh myself into that. Please wait. Oh yeah, because it's going to go through all that stuff. Fun. Oh yeah, I got to do something with my screen over here. Bye. Yeah, the thing is, it's hard to find these little airfields because I don't know how they're labeled. So one, which I'll even show you once we, I've probably even flown over it while we're doing one of the episodes or something. Yeah, it's not even marked on the map, but it's a little airfield there just for RC stuff. Once we get back into this, whenever it finishes, which I'm going to pop out of VR for a second. And I think the microphone is still good on this, but we'll see. South of KPIM. Got it. Please wait while my item is being set up. Beaver Creek Air Park. I'm going to send this to my friend Mikey. Mikey was the one that was in the chat a few months ago making fun of blade oil when we were messing with Tom that day. Ooh, there we go. Satisfying sound. Okay, back into the VR machine. Let's see. Owned 88 GA. So we'll go there and we'll fly this first rip. KPIM. What's KPIM? Surprisingly, I don't have all the names of things memorized. B390, nice. I feel like I know what that is. There we go, KPIM. Pine Mountain. How south of it is it? I'm going to look it up on my Garmin, which here on the phone. There's 88 GA. Okay, it's called Epic Field in the Garmin. Okay, so there's Hamilton. Directly east of Hamilton. Power line, it's just south of the power line, so this is potentially it. Let's see. Look at a satellite view. Yeah, so that's it. Not marked on here. Weird thing, it does that weird click all the way over there. So I'll zoom all the way in. Set as arrival. We'll take off from Pine Mountain. Our 315. Choo! Look at that pretty thing. Let's see what sort of configurations we can do on this. Indian Air Force. Help get me out of it. Livery, please. France, cool. I'll take it. France. Oh, what's the sound? From where? Austrian. Does it literally make the sound when it pops up in here? That's cool. Dude, Canadian bright green, high-vis yellow-green color. I love that. Is that a Zermatt? Oh, yeah. There we go. Taking it. Done. Done. We're in the new private field. Mid-2024. Oh, flight school goes there. That's cool. Cool. So we are set from there. Custom time. Blah, blah, blah. Cool. We'll figure it out. And Talixhanger is usually really, really good with their models, so I'm excited to check this out. Look at that beaut! Good lord! Shoo! And it's got the Zermatt whole deal on there. Heck yeah. Got a searchlight on it. Who are you? I don't know you. Oh well, you're cool, I guess. Uh-huh. Not much going on right there, is there? You guys look like you're working good. Sick. Shift C. Oh. I am that guy. That was me. Oh, that's too short. Okay. Let's see. Got switches up here. Instrument panel lights. Distribution pedestals for glare. Battery on. It's a very good start. Got throttle down here. Fuel valve is set to open. I cannot see what any of these are, so I'm going to make myself super short real quick. That's all radio stuff. It's not a thing. ELT, not a thing. Booster pump on. I'm gonna get tall again. Except, was that? Oh, we're going. It sounded like we were going. Oh, yeah, no, we're going. Don't know if I meant to. My headset's being silly. Sure, let's roll throttle up. Oh boy, that picked up quick, didn't it? I tried to roll it up quick or slowly, but yeah, the governor just took over and made it do a thing. Love that. Generator, we're gonna need that on. Cool, I think everything's good. Pitot heat is on. That's why that light is on. That's not needed. We don't have any lights. We're in the green, we're in the green, we're in the green. In the green. We are going to be heading to the just gonna wing it, no pun intended. Okay, let's fill out this. Okay, turn the volume a little bit for me so I can hear this bad boy. Okay, the first time flying the SA315 Llama. Very cool configuration too. I like the lower back seat, full big bubble, very cool helicopter. Turn the right pedal to off. Okay, cool. A little bit jumpy off the front. Kind of front heavy, or a little bit back heavy right now. So two people up front could weigh it out a little bit better. Sorry, I'm wiggling. I'm readjusting all my stuff. Let's see where all my gauges are. Radio altimeter. That. There's torque pressure there on that one. What is all the other stuff on this gauge? Interesting. So we're heading like 144 direction. This way here. Gazelle is a 341. Pretty sure I think that's the 315. I think it's the Llama. Yeah, you can double check me. I'm 99% sure the 341 is the Gazelle, because that's the one with the Fenestrum tail rotor. I believe this one is known as the Llama. Is there a cooler name available for it? Maybe. Like I'm not sitting straight or something, flying correctly. Oh, I just need to sit over this way a little bit. I felt a bit off next to the window over there. Hair somewhere under one of my eyes. Let's see, resume. Look at the Callaway Gardens. Look at that. Because this is their butterfly thing, if I remember right. Never been to it in real life, but it's their butterfly terrarium, something. Excuse me. Oh yeah. These helicopters have some flavor to them. Tell you what. Coming over the Pine Mountain Ridge here, we have about 2 miles till we're looking for a long cut-out thing of trees. So, in an effort to find it, being that we're not running anything, I'm going to add altitude. Which also means I can get rid of this. No more current goal, because we're not going low and fast, we're exploring. Oh yeah, that's the neat thing about this game. It's like it's I don't say it's weird, but I really enjoy flying over my local area and being like, oh cool, like I've been here before. So it's further past this little ridge as well. But I really do enjoy driving around my area just because it's neat to explore. But even here in the sim, I will... What? What was that? Just over-torquing? I don't know. What a cute little bell. Where's my rotor RPM? Nope, not rotor RPM because I just killed the RPM there and it didn't do anything. Weird. Okay, so that looks like that's it right here. Give me my mouse. Yeah. There we go. I'm trying to auto this thing. Trans temp, is that light on? Hard to tell. Can we break it? Also, cool little area here, like all the little sub hills coming off of Pine Mountain are always fun. What are you doing, bud? Can't tell those lights are on. I'm gonna turn on the pitot heat so I can see. It's hard, even hard to tell that the pitot light's on. Lights aren't just that bright here. I don't think they are, though. I guess we did overheat the trans. So it was a light. You just can't tell. You see rotor RPM. I see temperatures of stuff. Here, so I see that in green. Okay, that's going to yellow there. New helicopter guys learning it. There's no how-to manual on it. I mean, there is a how-to manual. Yeah, the fall line area. There's nowhere to auto out here, so it'd be really, really dumb flying this low. Anytime I've come over this area, twice or 3 times, whatever, it's always been, 1,500, 2,000 feet MSL. Just to give us an extra few seconds of glide if something were to happen. Because like this right here, it's like we're kind of hill level, we can clear the hill. If something were to happen, I mean, that's not that bueno. It's like, technically, if something were to happen here at 80 knots, I should be able to make that field over to the left. Which I should be in auto right now. I've got the governor turned off. Now I'll collect them all the way down. Shaking. We may have accidentally turned the engine all the way off on that one. Keeps making sounds for me, though. Yeah, anyways. Cool helicopter. I do want to read more about it, though, in the future. Oh, all dark now. Llama, yeah, LAMA. Oh, despite caffeine. Let's see. Did they ever get this thing figured out? Because, like, they don't give you any thing of, like, cool, these are the controls that you need to map for it. Like, in the helicopter stuff, it's like, cool, people should know what it is, or it has, like, default controls of what you should do. But it doesn't. It was very strange for me. So we're taking off from Tokyo and flying to the heliport that they did not make for some stupid reason. Oh. I also really haven't checked out this flight suit. My friend got it for me for my birthday. He got it from some Air Force guy who was like a however many year veteran, and he retired and whatever, and he was selling some of his old stuff, and my friend's like, oh, sick helicopter flight suit. Of course, the guy's bigger around than me, so it's got some extra stomach space. Not a lot, though. Not as much as I expected. Uh-oh. Y'all see who's up there, right? Elaine, Elaine, Elaine. Get rid of all that crap out there. Ooh. Blade socks remove. Is there any other, no wheel chocks. firefighting configuration on it. These things are just huge. Like, look at the size of that little... This whole rear tail rotor uses more power than the entire Robinson R4422 combined. Unreal. Okay. Let's see. The switches aren't even rendered in yet. Great job that they tanked this model too when they got rid of the freaking Chinook. That'd be so dumb. I wouldn't put it past them, honestly. No probe covers. Oh, yeah, there are. Hey, we have switches now. Look at that. Okay, cool. There's a lot of weird fuel swapping with this thing that we have to do to get it to start. Pre-flight, sure. Before starting engine cycling. Pedals, switch, crossfeed. Gonna do battery first. Switch. Master. Bad. Battery on, external power on, if available. APP master switch. I remember right, it's up here. Or am I just stupid? Okay, cool. So I'm pretty sure it's up here. Secondary control. Overhead master. FDS, auxiliary fuel. There we go. Switch that to on. APP fuel switch start. Okay, that's right. We're over here. Start switch on, start button. Which the APU on these things are wickedly loud. Inverter switch on. Switch to main when APU reaches 40. Okay, cool. First switch. Generator switches must be set on. That's power. Okay. Rectifier switches on. External power off. Cool. Main lights as required. Lights, flight controls, collective. Sick. Starting engine, cyclic tail, collective, parking brake, rotor brake, fuel pump switch on. We should be in crossfeed right there. So normal means open. Cross speed switch close. Aft pump on. Nav lights on, don't care. Avionics master switch on. Starting engines area clear, left and one shut off, press start button, left engine. Just this little button right there. Nope. Nope. What are you doing? Oh. Nope. There we go. What am I doing wrong? Press, ignition switch normal. What am I doing wrong, guys? You don't need the lights on to start. We're making power with the APU. APU generator is on. All that stuff's on. Okay, cool. Don't know why the blades are still turning. Wild. In one lever. We are in shut off right now. Going to hit the starter button. Which is I don't want to push to test. Okay, something's not right. I'm restarting because something I skipped is putting everything in test mode. Might be bugged. Honestly, I wouldn't doubt it. It was good. I was able to start it without even using the menu or the checklist when the game first came out. I was able to go through, skip unnecessaries, Let's see, get rid of that. I gotta get it from down here. Oh, damn it. You know what? That right there, the stupid fucking engine covers. All that. See if we can get the buttons to show up. There we go. Okay. Battery on. Those are all pumps on. I don't want pumps on yet. I want... Here, watch. I'm going to speed run this. $40. Pop that down to main. Inverter on. I'm still sitting high. So all that's looking good. I want my avionics on. Look at stuff here. Click in, crossfeed, get all these on, crossfeed off, levers are set good, those are good there.
Failure. Engine 1, failure. Engine
It's
1,
clicking,
failure.
it's moving,
Engine
ignition,
1, failure. Engine 1, failure.
pop that down to
Engine 1,
there.
failure. Engine 1, failure. Engine 1, failure.
It's the engine covers, boys.
Failure.
It wasn't bugged, it was bogged.
Engine 1, failure.
Ain't getting no power.
Engine 2, failure. 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 Engine 2, failure.
Engine 2 failure.
Engine 2, failure.
We ain't bugged, we bogged. Let's go. Okay, cool. That's in. We can flick the APU off. That's good there. Position lights. All that good stuff on. None of that's necessary. No, that's necessary. No, that's necessary. No, that's necessary. Cool. Anti-ice. Pitot heat. Get rid of that. Right now, the only light that we have left there is our park brake failure. So we're going to waiting a few seconds for engines to warm up, and it should bump us up into operational RPM ranges. We'll hear the engine here in a second. Don't know why it's not doing it already. There we go. Probably because I didn't have my governor switch on, which is a weird thing where the governor switch isn't in this. Strange. Okay, cool. There we go. Good, get out of here. Everything's good. Parking brake. I have it on a button. Which button is it? This one? There we go. Tokyo Tower helicopter bombs crane. Taxiing on the far north ramp. We're going to be crossing both of your active approach and departure paths, whatever it is. I don't care. We're going over to the heliport that does not exist. For some reason. Oh yeah, also, by the way, I got to see one of these take off empty in real life about a year ago. Video's on the channel if anybody's interested. But I do think it's neat that they do pick up like one wheel at a time. And this one, when it does pick up, it picks up that one wheel at a time. These things are giant. APU's wildly noisy too. Okay, off we go. 500E. Somebody else flying a helicopter. Good for them. Arrows 808. 5 miles away, bud. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna head north up here, hit one of these little islands, follow the bridges, and that will take us to the Tokyo heliport, which does not exist in the game. Dude, so ridiculous, because that's one of the coolest helicopter parts. They went through and they put in 7,000 heliports in here, which that's only some of them. They'll only render in ones that you're close to. Helipads everywhere in Tokyo. Huge, huge thing. But for some reason... Oh. You've never seen one of these? Yeah, for some reason, like I mean, you're the same way as me, so I'm not going to act like I'm doing something unique. But whenever you're just checking flight radar, just kind of looking around in different areas for absolutely no reason, I was doing that. And, I happened to see a helicopter very close to the southeast extremities of Hartsfield-Jackson, the Atlanta airport, for those of you unaware. I'm going to come over here to this dude before we get to the heliport. And we're going way, way fast. This thing's exceeding B&E right now. Anyways, I saw a helicopter buzzing around there. I said, okay, that's weird. Usually if it's, like, I'm pretty good about clicking on all of them, but that was one where it really, really caught my attention just because it was so close to the airport. You know, usually they're far east, far west. Rarely are helicopters giving me over at the airport unless it's like middle of the night or something like that. But this one was very close to the airport. I clicked on it, said Sikorsky S64, I guess. I think it was a 64. Either way, Sky Crane. And I was like, damn, there must be. I looked at satellite view. It looked like there was a very large building where it would have been impractical to bring a crane in to reach the middle of it. So imagine like a big warehouse building. They're not going to get a crane to change air conditioning units or something up top. They will bring in a helicopter because it's cheaper to fly a helicopter in than it is to bring a giant whatever crane. And it was putting air conditionings up on top of this, I think it was like the JCPenney, old JCPenney building up there, behind the Cummins diesel place there in, on the east side of the interstate. I wonder what he's trying to do, if he's new to helicoptering or what. Oh, he's paused. Don't leave me. He's in the pause menu. But yeah, so you have to imagine that there's a huge warehouse type area, Of course, sometimes a crane could be brought in to bring different things up. There we go. I was looking for that radio altimeter. Anyways, over there, that was the Rainbow Bridge, which means our heliport's right here in front of us. So, Tokyo Heliport is not... They added it! No way! So, this place, as you can see, it's got many helipads. It has its own very cool approach set up. Coming in between these 4 poles. There's like a little runway so people can come in and come out and have their own ingress egress points, all depending on. And anyways, super cool helipad and heliport, really. And I'll even show you another cool part of it, which some of you are familiar, some of you are not. What I'll do, I'll set down here real quick on runway 01 touchdown point. But if you look, Shift V over here, oh, that sucks. L, yeah. If you look over here, this right here is a Tokyo Heliport viewing platform. So if you're a fan of Epic Aviation 47 Helicopter King on YouTube, this is where he got all the footage of all the Japanese flights coming in. United Battleship Livery 839. Oh, damn, that's cool. Put a picture in the Discord. If you're in here and you want to be in the Discord, say something. Yeah, so that's where Epic Aviation 47 got all of his stuff from, was right there. But anyways, this used to not be in the game. For some reason, like I said, there are hundreds of helipads here in Tokyo, which you can even look at. This thing, just the mass amount of all these pink circles and stuff. Which there's more up here. There we go. There's just so many it takes forever to load. But yeah, for some reason they just forgot to put in the coolest part of it, which was the actual Tokyo Heliport. But I guess that was part of the update, or maybe it was a Japanese update or something that I put in. But anyways, like, good. Almost got into Vortex Ring stay right there. Wasn't paying attention. Dude, like, I'm legitimately excited about that. That's 34, 35. Where's 31? Okay, there's 31. That's my number. This thing just has so much power. It'd be neat to be the back seat person, because you do have a seat behind you back there that has a down-looking angle. And sometimes, like, they'll help you fine-tune where you're doing pickups and put-downs and stuff, and there's actually a functional crane that's underneath this thing when it's not in the firefighting configuration. Right now we're in the firefighting configuration, so it's got a tank and a scooper and a dropper and all that stuff. So that's a thing, but it'd be neat to be the backseat person operating a crane and helping direct. Not even SIC, you're like TIC for third in command or something. I've got all the way up on the collective here. This thing just eats it. So much power in these things. It's unreal. Cool thing too is if you watch my hand over here on the collective, as I move it, it moves and cones the main rotor blade. So you can see it has the high-vis tips on it, where the tips of the rotor blades are painted yellow, so that way they're better seen in like firefighting situations by other helicopters and stuff, and the edges of them. So whenever I'm asking for more pitch by pulling up on the collective, that's obviously giving me more lift. But when you're doing more lift, there's an equal and opposite reaction of forces of it pulling up or pulling down. You can actually see the blade system coning as I'm asking for more lift out of it, where it's trying to hove and shove and get me up out of the air. Put the photo in general. Oh, dude, that's sick. Such a good looking livery too. Let's set down a giant helicopter on an itty bitty pad. What do you guys say? All the way down the collective and back on the cyclic, slowing us down, nosing forward before we fall out of the sky. Only using like 30% torque, 23% torque right here to kind of maintain this. Okay, let's get up here to whatever this place is. If I ever go to Tokyo, I'm going to keep a significant amount of money set aside just to get helicoptered to a few different places just for fun. Let's see, does the sky crane fit on? There we go, ground effects more in control now. I'm going to use less. Oop. I want to get my nose as far this way as I can. Oh, nope. Are you falling off the edge? What's the thing here? Oh, yeah. Off-roading this bad boy. So, okay, it does fit, so we know that now. Where is this front wheel compared to underneath me? Directly under my seat. Okay. Okay, so we can do this. So I'm going to go pick another pad since we know their size now. I see your messages. I'll look them in a second after I land on Shiminum Housing Complex. Quick stop, the big bird. Oh, I have me a little arrow going this way. So landing on 785. Me. Nope. Further forward, more to the left. Parking brake is on. I think I'm there. I could be further forward still. Oh yeah, because I'm still right there. Okay, let's see what your thing says. Turns out tail number November 467UA currently belongs to day 320. Rusher 319 with that livery is retired. They just put a random tail number on the model. After researching, it did belong to a retired Battleship Gray A319. And a TED, old United low-cost carrier A320 took it. Huh. And you have the history now. Which that's the cool thing, like a well done model has accurate markings and whatever else. Don't pick up. No, I got the cyclic way over. There's no way this thing supports it. Whatever blob of a mess that is. But the sky crane's so cool. Yeah, you can see the whole... Oh yeah, there you go. You can see the... So I'm moving my collective down here on the left. But you can see the whole blade system coning as I pull up the collective. That's really cool. Planespotters.net. Oh yeah, I've looked at them many, many times. Okay, parking brake off. And let's just pull pitch. I'm sure sky cranes love doing that. Also, about 10 more minutes left in the stream. Is there, if there is anything else that you guys want to see in the last 10 minutes or so, let me know. And we'll see if we can knock that out really, really quickly before we start doing the final shutdown procedure for logging off. 150 knots in this thing. D&E apparently does not exist. Somebody has an air conditioning that needs lifted ASAP. That was no cyclic input right there. That was purely collective. That's wild. Dude, being able to fly this thing and like... I want to fly sideways under that bridge. And that person bridge we're going to fly sideways under. I want to do it out of my side, so I want to flip around here. It's in between these two buildings here. This is about to be really, really cool. Everybody get your phones out. Hell yeah. Which I don't think there was a way for me to get that normally. I think I actually have to be sideways. I think we're too fat to go through standard. Maybe. Yep, too fat to go through standard. So yeah, we actually did that. Nope, that one didn't work, even though it felt good. Well, you were watching on your phone. I guess this will end up being a VOD or whatever the kids call it these days anyway, so. There are visible pterodactyls around here, that's for sure. Okay, cool. I'm gonna pop out of this. Ugh. Let's see. Looks like somebody subbed while they were in here today. Not bad. Okay, anyways, it is 11:52 at night. We started streaming at 6:58, 6:59, somewhere in there. And I am pretty wiped. I still need to shower. Gotta take my dog outside. There's some other things I have to do tonight before I actually call it a night. Super cool that they actually put the heliport in here. See, there's Rainbow Bridge going across. So yeah. Dude, super sick. 31. What up? Very cool. That was one thing that they were missing. I'm very glad that they brought that back. Or brought it in here to begin with. Oh, dude, one sub makes a difference. That at least shows momentum with the channels. That way YouTube recommends. Blah, 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 blah. The semantics. I don't know. Who cares? Anyways. Thank you guys for watching so much. Come back. Christmas Eve. We're going to be hunting down Santa Claus. He's going to be somewhere. General game... Look at all that snow. General game plan is... If you're looking east to west... He's going to be over here first. Because he's going to be working the time zones. Where's my laser pointer? He's going to be working the time zones here and kind of doing this as the sun. This thing, then once he hits here, he's going to start bouncing up here. And back and forth. And yesterday we started our hunt in Miami, but we think he may have slipped by us because he might have been up here further on the East Coast. So depending on what time we start doing it, we're going to be hunting for Santa. So that's going to be Wednesday, 24th, I think. Wednesday, yeah. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow, if you're looking at today, is today and not as in yesterday. But anyways, guys, thank you everybody for being here. I will